and Matt Salisbury. Who be the Northamptonshire side for
has a slight back problem and he drops out, replaced by Matt Salisbury. And Liam Travaskis probably considered himself a little bit unlucky to be left out in favour of the returning Rehan Ahmed. Radders, good morning to you.
Good morning, Richard. It's a pleasure to be here on a well, at the moment, a nice bright morning. It always, mind you, it's always sunny in Leicester, isn't it? So I'm told. No. But it's an interesting decision, I think, of Lewis Hill's to bowl first. We were saying it looks a pitch that ought to be full of runs, but equally, certainly at Northampton, the feeling is always that if you're going to get anything out of it, it's going to be with a new ball in the first session and a half maybe. So perhaps that was what was in Lewis Hill's mind.
Yeah, very much, as they say, a big first hour, and it looks like it is going to be Matt Salisbury who's going to open the bowling for Leicestershire from the Bennett end. So he's coming down what slight slope there is. The two Northamptonshire openers ready at the crease. Vasconcelos and Gay. Ricardo will take strike, left-hander of course, 3 slips behind him, diminutive figure. And at the other end, Emilio Gay. Northamptonshire in batting form, so just emphasising the importance of the first hour and to use the new ball well. We are of course using the Duke's ball again, the Kookaburra experiment being over for now. Round the wicket comes Salisbury, bowls to Vasconcelos on the legs, an appeal for leg before. Jack Shantry, the umpire standing at the Bennett end, just inclines his head in a negative way, if you can do such a thing. But he takes some convincing, Jack Shantry. He's a good young umpire, former Worcester player of course, and I think he has a lot of respect. He takes a lot of convincing.
Yeah, it's the first time we've Northamptonshire seen him this year, but yeah, certainly heard some very good things from around the circuit.
Ben Debenham standing at square leg first over. In goes Salisbury, bowls again on towards middle and leg of Vasconcelos, who pushes it carefully out towards mid-wicket where Tom Scriven is the fielder. Scriven likely to be the other Leicestershire opening bowler, but we never quite know. Ben Green, Somerset all-rounder, is with us on loan. This is the second of the 3 games he's been signed on loan. He's in the side. Salisbury is in, bowls again straightish, and Northampton's up and running as Vasconcelos pushes it just in front of Scriven, wide of Marcus Harris at mid-on, and jogs the single. All 3 deliveries of hasn't been anything particularly in the pitch very early, of course. Salisbury just getting into his bowling, but actually already looks less green than it did an hour ago, to be quite honest.
It might be because the sun's gone in. I mean,
optical
illusion.
It could be that, but they have left another millimetre or so of grass on it. I think 12 millimetres was the given figure, and it's usually sort of 10 or 11. In goes Salisbury and bowls, and Gay clips him nicely off his toes for 4. Salisbury hasn't got it right in this over so far. He's been a little bit straight, a little bit to leg side, and that was over pitched as well. And first ball or not, Gay is not going to miss out on that, especially without a square leg, and didn't.
No, Vasconcelos in only his 2nd game of the season, because made his seasonal debut in the previous match against Glamorgan and made 182, and Emilio Gay 261 in the previous match against Middlesex, so they're both in a spot of nick.
Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. In goes Salisbury, bowls, that's a better line on off stump, and Gay treats the delivery with respect, leans forward, pushes it out into the offside. Rehan Ahmed picks up in the covers. Vasconcelos averaging the small matter of 182 at the moment. He's only played the 1 innings, but it wasn't a bad one. Salisbury, last ball of the over, might just get the update between overs. Bowls, and on driven for 4. Beautiful shot again by Gay. Here comes the update. Two changes for Leicestershire from the side, which, as you say, drew at Derby. Ben Mike and Liam Travaskis drop out. Matt Salisbury and Rehan Ahmed come in. Captain Lewis Hill has won the toss here at Graysote. He's chosen to bowl first, but Northamptonshire, a very good batting side, have made a very good start. Just the 1 over gone. 2 fours hit in it, and Emilio Gay hit both of them. He's 8 not out. Vasconcelos is 1 not out. And Northamptonshire, after 1 over, are 9 without loss. Back with you on commentary, and it is going to be Tom Scriven.
Yeah, it is indeed. So Tom Scriven to bowl Oxford-born, to bowl from this pavilion end. Yes, Northamptonshire, interesting saying about being in a bit of batting form, Richard, that Northamptonshire have had 5 three-figure scores in the last 2 games. They had 6 in the whole of last season in Division 1, which gives you an idea of possibly the difference between Division 1 and Division 2, but also, of course, the Kookaburra experiment, which sounds like it ought to be a sort of John Grisham novel, doesn't it, really? But probably not quite as interesting. It is going to be Tom Scriven from this pavilion end. 3 slips in place, bowling to Ricardo Vasconcelos. And the first ball is on his hip and turned away by Vasconcelos just behind square on the leg side. Man down there at long leg is into the action, and a single to Vasconcelos. He goes to 2, and Northamptonshire to 10 for no wicket. As we were saying earlier, the first time these two great rivals, East Midlands rivals, have met in the Championship for 5 years. Northamptonshire winning here at Grace Road in 2019. Rob Keogh made a century in that one, not playing in this match. But Luke Proctor and Ben Sanderson both in the side on that occasion. And it's Emilio Gay on strike. Scriven is in, bowls very full and just pushed up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Marcus Harris, fresh from his double century against Derbyshire last time out. And there's no run if the sun comes out again. I think the forecast is okay, I think today and tomorrow might be the odd shower, but it doesn't look particularly friendly for Sunday the last time I looked.
The groundsman says Saturday night it's really going to rain very, very hard.
Oh, well, that's something to look forward to. We have, mind you, the gardens need it, don't they? So somebody has to say it. Here's Scriven, in bowls to Gay, again full, and Gay comes forward, pushes it out on the onside. Rolls up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Do they? They're all flooded, aren't they?
Well, somebody always has done in the past, but usually when it's absolutely hosing down at a cricket match that you particularly wanted to watch. And
farmers don't, do they? They are saying we desperately need some dry.
Well, I think
dry days.
They said it was going to get a bit warmer at the weekend, but not necessarily any drier. So, as they used to say in the Goon Show, the rain will be lovely and warm. Here's Scriven running away from us. Bowls to Emilio Gay, who's forward, just angles the bat, runs it down to backward point. And there's no run. This is the 192nd County Championship match between these two. Leicestershire just ahead, 50-45 overall.
What do we call them? The South East Midlands Derby? I don't know.
I don't know. Well, it's the East Midlands Derby in rugby. Oh no, I shouldn't mention that, should I? After last Saturday. But, I might do once or twice. Black, green, gold socks on. Here comes Scriven. Running into bowl to Gay outside the off stump. And he leaves that alone and goes through into the gloves of Ben Cox. Leicestershire's last win over Northamptonshire in the Championship was at Montage Road back in 2018. Last win over Northamptonshire here, 2010, right at the start of the season, when Claude Henderson got wickets. James Taylor got runs.
Now Director of Cricket and Assistant Coach.
Yes. Still 3 slips in. And Scriven is in to bowl to Gay. Finds the edge and it goes on the bounce to third slip. Just lands in front of the man. And again, Gay just pushing at that one a little bit. Fortunately for him, just a little bit of soft hands needed and employed. But a bit of a moral success there for Tom Scriven. Last ball of the over. It's 10 for no wicket. Northamptonshire put into bat. Emilio Gay is 8. Ricardo Vasconcelos is 2.
You can get in touch with us and we'll be delighted if you do. Andrew's handle, or whatever it's called, is at oldmanrad, R-A-D-D. mine this season at Foxcoms, COMMS 2424. 10 without loss then. As Salisbury down the slope, round the wicket, bowls on off middle. Walking forward into the firm push is Vasconcelos, pushing it out towards Harris at mid-on. No run.
This, we're talking about them being old rivals. Looking at last night, that within a week of Northamptonshire club being formed in its present shape back in 1878, the two sides met at the Ayleston ground.
Salisbury bowls, lovely delivery, just bounces, holds its own. First one that has just offered to do a little bit, and Vasconcelos went forward, accepts being beaten philosophically as an opener in the early stages of the season must. A little bit of something there. Oh, the effects mic is working because a bee just buzzed it. So I haven't been sure about the effects mic, but they picked it up, didn't it? There you go. Have a new effects mic this season.
It's moving behind the arm as well. I need to have a word.
In comes Salisbury and bowls straight this time, and Vasconcelos not too sure whether to go forward or back, just turns his wrists on the defensive push. Ball doesn't do too much and it runs out to Harris at mid-on.
So I assume that Ayleston ground would have been not too far away from.
No, indeed, it's only hard. It's still used.
Right.
It's used by the electricity club, I think, the Leicestershire Electricity, because there's a big substation near it, and it's a nice ground actually. It's only half a mile away, just on the other side of Ayleston Road. Salisbury is in, bowls again. It's just drifting towards middle and leg, and consequently a little bit short probably as well. Vasconcelos can stay back, small man, and just turn it comfortably out to square leg. Scriven has to run round to his left, behind a very smartly dressed umpire Debenham with his Panama with a black ribbon. Single Jack Shantry's, yep, same.
Regulation issue, is it?
Looks that way. Presume there must be some sort of thermal band in there. In goes Salisbury and bowls. That's better on off stump, and the taller Gay stretches forward, angled bat. Gets on top of the bounce, pushing it out towards Rishi Patel, now at backward point. Spent all last season in the sort of slips, usually, well, pretty much always Rishi, but Kimber, Hanscom, and now Scott Curry are the three slippers designated at the moment, alongside Ben Cox. Behind the stumps, Salisbury is in and bowls, and again goes past the outside edge, this time of Gay. Didn't do possibly quite as much as the delivery that beat Vasconcelos earlier in the over, but a much better line from Salisbury in that over, and almost had a bit of joy, beat both batsmen. Better line from him in the over. 11 without loss though, Northamptonshire after 3.
Yep, testing stuff from Matt Salisbury in that over. Northamptonshire giving a first-class debut in this match to George Scrimshaw, alias Officer Crabtree. Becomes Northamptonshire's 549th first-class player. Was presented with his playing cap by Director of Cricket, head coach John Sadler, before the start of play this morning in the little huddle. Here's Tom Scriven running away from us to bowl to Vasconcelos, who drives pleasantly away through extra cover. Runs for him here as it comes up towards the meet, and it's going to be hauled in just in front of the boundary, and it is, but they're going to come back for 3. So 3 to Ricardo Vasconcelos takes him to 6, and Northamptonshire to 14 for no wicket. Remarkably, Richard, I thought it was remarkably, it's only his 9th first-class match. George Scrimshaw, he's played 9 first-class matches in his career, going back to 2021 when he made his debut. 5 List A and 48 T20s.
Do you know, I was going to guess 50.
Yeah,
but
well,
so yeah.
Here's Scriven bowling to Emilio Gay on his legs. He goes for a little flick down the leg side, doesn't make contact, taken by Ben Cox, and well, I suspect Emilio Gay will be mindful of the nature of his dismissal down at Hove in the first game of the season, when he managed to get himself strangled down the leg side early on off the bowling of the West Indian Jaden Seals. Very good catch by John Simpson down the leg side, but no batter likes to go that way. Here's Scriven, sun behind cloud at the moment. He Bowls to Gay, and it nips back and hits him high up on the thigh pad, or thereabouts. Moving tears to his eyes, it rolls out into the offside. And there's no run. Might just need a moment to compose himself. He doesn't need the obligatory glass of water, at least. But,
possibly a touch lower.
Yes.
But yeah,
just the odd one.
Footing there, didn't
yeah, the odd one's just nipping around a little, as we suspected it might. Here's Scriven in again and bowls to Gay, who's forward solidly out into the onside. Fielded in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Down by the car park, far end of the ground, the Bennett end.
Tom Scriven, as you say, Oxford born, but he has a Danish father.
Really?
He does, yeah, and he's sort of beginning to tentatively explore the possibility of qualifying for Denmark cricket.
They made the World Cup one here, didn't they? Yes, many years ago. Here's Scriven in again, very full, driven by Emilio Gay again out through extra cover. This, I think, is going to go for 4 down by the meet, and it does. It crosses the rope down to our right. Beautifully timed, and Emilio Gay is still feeling that blow on the top of the thigh, or wherever. But he put that one away. He goes to 12, and Northamptonshire to 18 for no wicket. Just the one change, I say, in the Northamptonshire side, with George Scrimshaw coming in for Rafi Weatherall. Done well in the last 2 games, the young 19-year-old seamer, but I know obviously they're keen to harness his abilities and therefore manage his workload, which I think is probably sensible. And this, of course, is also Chris Tremaine's last match of his 4 before he heads back to Australia. And here's Scriven in again, bowls to Gay, plays backward defensive, back down the pitch. Fielded by Scriven off his own bowling, and that's the end of the over. 18 for no wicket. Gay is 12, Vasconcelos is 6. Northamptonshire put into bat. You're listening to live county cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every match with myself, Andrew Radd, and Richard Ray. Niall O'Brien sends his very best wishes, by the way. He said, say hello to the Razor for me, so so I have done.
Good man.
Well, he was in the box at Northampton last week.
Busy man.
But I think
Agent O'Brien.
Yes, well, I think he's now in India. He was having a chat in the freezing press box at Northampton a couple of days ago, but I think I saw on his social media that he's now arrived in Delhi.
It won't be freezing now then. Salisbury round the wicket to Vasconcelos, bowls down the leg side. Vasconcelos steps inside the line, sort of gestures at the ball, but without any real intent to try and help it on down towards fine leg. Ben Green's down at sort of between long leg and fine leg. He too cutting something of a Officer Crabtree figure, tall with a tash, bushy variety. Lots of hands in pockets out there. It may look fairly nice on the stream when the sun is out, but believe me, it's cold. Someone suggested no more than 10 degrees today. Salisbury is in on off stump. Meets a very solid forward defensive on off stump from Vasconcelos. Pushing it out to Lewis Hill, Leicestershire's skipper at mid-off. Foxy Phil's already been in touch on X saying, OK, I've seen enough, can we bat instead? But I think early days, Phil, early days. It's there was a little bit of something there, and sometimes it just takes a few overs for the glaze to come off the ball. Roman will explain more about that when he comes on in a couple of minutes' time. Salisbury is in, just moves in a touch, and Vasconcelos looking to be positive and drive. He just has to check the shot rather. Pushes it firmly out to mid-on where Marcus Harris is the fielder, but a suggestion of movement. Salisbury is one of those bowlers who doesn't show emotion. He just sort of turns around and gets on with it. You never quite know how pleased he is with his deliveries, but unless he actually takes a wicket, there's minimal reaction. In he comes, bowls on off stump, good delivery. Vasconcelos deals with it, thick outside part of the bat on off stump. Soft hands. Runs it out towards Rishi Patel, who's at backward point. Rahan Ahmed in the covers, Lewis Hill at mid-off.
Saying about that 1878 game earlier, Richard. The following year, 1879, Leicestershire on that same Ayleston ground. Bowled Northamptonshire out for 28 and 28.
Salisbury is in bowl, straight. Vasconcelos head down, everything behind the ball, pushing out to mid-on this occasion. I wonder if there were calls for the head coach to be sacked.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, they've done
Leicester Mercury, 3 days later.
They've done an interview afterwards saying that they were looking to take the positives out of it. Execute their game plans.
Yeah. Look, good learnings, good learnings.
Good learnings, yes.
Finish the over. Salisbury is in. Bowls over pitches on towards middle and leg. Vasconcelos having had to work hard throughout the over. His eyes almost visibly lit up there and clipped it away firmly through mid-wicket for 4. So, 22 without loss after 5. Vasconcelos into double figures now alongside Gay. Vasconcelos has 10, Gay has 12.
First announcement from a public address offering hot drinks, which sounds like a very, very good idea to me. Got mine to hand. Decent start by Northamptonshire, having been put into bat by Lewis Hill, 22 for no wicket. If you're just joining us, a very good morning to you from Leicester, where Northamptonshire putting in George Scrimshaw in place of Rafferty Weatherall, and for Leicestershire, Matt Salisbury and Rehan Ahmed coming in for Ben Mike and Liam Travaskis. Very good morning to Roman Walker, will be joining us in just a second. And here's Scriven starting this fresh over to Emilio Gay. Finds the outside edge of the bat again, but he just played it once again with soft hands, and it's run all the way down to third man, defying the efforts of 3 fielders who were chasing down towards the main scoreboard to retrieve it, but it just crosses the rope. 16 to Gay, Northamptonshire 26 for no wicket. And Roman, although it's doing a bit, Northamptonshire will be reasonably happy with this start, I think.
Sorry, Mike wasn't connected there.
No, we've pulled a bit of string tight, so we should be able to hear you now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the odd ball has done a bit, and maybe as it gets slightly older and the lacquer comes off the ball, it may start misbehaving a bit more, but it certainly looks flat out there at the moment.
Here's Scriven in, bowls to Gay, and plays defensively back down the pitch. Eludes the stumps at the bowler's end and umpire Ben Debenham. But there's no run as the sun comes out again. What's your assessment of the pitch, Roman?
Well, from this morning, it looks good. It looks a very good pitch. Obviously, there's a bit of patchy grass on there. It's slightly longer in places, but nowhere that you should see the ball going from the bowler's hand. So, you know, bowling first, maybe just trying to get the most out of a fresh pitch in the morning.
Here's Scriven again, and that's clipped away through mid-wicket by Emilio Gay. It's running out towards the boundary, and it's going to cross the rope now. So another boundary for Emilio Gay. He goes up to 20, and Northamptonshire to 30 for no wicket. Gay, having made 261 against Middlesex a couple of games ago, was annoyed, I think is probably a bit of an understatement, to have been given out LBW for 15 against Glamorgan when Northamptonshire went on to make 605 for 6. He was not a happy bunny, so he'll be looking to put the record straight, as it were. Played beautifully against Middlesex, albeit of course with the dreaded Kookaburra ball. Here's Scriven in again, bowls to Gay, plays it up to mid-on, or it's fielded by Marcus Harris, and there's no run. I suspect Harris wouldn't have minded a little bat on this morning, but
no, but the chance will come.
Yeah, absolutely.
And obviously, a flat pitch combined with 2 very informed batsmen for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, right enough. Vasconcelos, having missed the first couple of games of the season, came into the side against Glamorgan, and as Richard was saying earlier, dipped his bread to the tune of 182. He's at the non-striker's end as Gay receives this ball from Scriven and drives out on the offside, doesn't really time it, goes straight to extra cover, and there's no run. Meet over to our right with a few people sitting behind the glass, which seems like a very sensible place to watch the cricket from this morning. Richard was saying he thought the temperature might get up to the dizzy heights of 10 Celsius. The app I've got reckons that it might struggle to get there. But
well, if it does get up there, my vest will be coming on.
It was very pleasant walking around the ground this morning, but just a little bit fresh. Here's Scriven in again, bowls to gain. Moves a little bit away off the seam, but he pushes out into the offside, and it runs out to Rayhan Ahmed at extra cover, and that's the end of the over. 30 for no wicket, with 20 to Emilio Gay, 10 to Ricardo Vasconcelos, after Northamptonshire put into bat.
Well, certainly looks a good pitch this morning. Run rate currently at 5's 30 for none off 6 overs. As we're saying, Emilio Gay and Ricardo Vasconcelos in fine form. Vasconcelos 182 last week in his first game of the season, and just a few games ago, Emilio Gay 261, which was his career high score. As Matt Salisbury is going to continue for his 4th over, still round the wicket. It's a full ball, it's driven up to mid-off, fielded by Lewis Hill on his knees, rolling. Both batsmen look to cover the stumps, don't they, from whatever angle, and they're almost triggering across to a 4th or 5th stump, which may just put the element of doubt for an LBW decision in the umpire's mind, bringing in the sort of outside the line. Or
yeah, well, I think that was the issue with Emilio Gay in the previous match. He felt he got himself outside the line.
Salisbury in again, around the wicket. Full again, a similar ball. Played out slightly squarer this time to cover, still a dot ball. Yeah, both batsmen are almost actually quite similar.
Yes. Except in height.
Yes.
And there's about a foot difference between them.
Yeah, which is quite interesting, that they both cut and pull very well and flick off their legs very well, which is potentially part of the game plan of getting across the stumps and trying to make each ball a bit straighter, so they can play to their strength. As Salisbury runs in, bowls slightly back of a length this time, pushed out into the leg side. Nothing really going on here for the bowlers. As we said, maybe 1 or 2 balls of nip this morning. As we saw earlier, Emilio Gay getting hit on the thigh pad, and the way he reacted, it may have just missed the thigh pad as well, which is never nice.
The fleshy bit, the inside of the thigh.
Yes.
Oof,
it
nice.
always seems that you don't have enough thigh pad.
Yeah.
Salisbury turns, starts his run up, almost shuffling in. Bowls again, full, and it looked as though it was the inside half of the bat from Vasconcelos there, but it has run down to the boundary straight past Salisbury, and it's another 4 to the score. Vasconcelos moves on to 14 now. Run rate still creeping, 5.1 now. And Leicestershire will be looking to nip that in the bud as soon as possible, maybe with the wicket and maybe just with some tight bowling and pressure building.
It makes you wonder how David Steele, great Northamptonshire and England and Derbyshire batsman, managed to go through 22 seasons in county cricket, I think without ever having a thigh pad of his own. He just used to fold a towel up and put it down there.
That scares me. Salisbury in again. Slightly back of a length, a similar line this time, but punched out to mid-on. Fun fact about Rayhan Ahmed.
Go on then.
Was that, and this is not gospel, but I'm almost sure he'd never used a thigh pad until he played first-class cricket. And I'm almost certain he didn't wear a thigh pad in his first couple of games of first-class cricket.
Marvellous.
Which I find
it's
unbelievable.
Yeah.
But so confident is he that he's just going to lay that on each ball he faces.
Rather him than me.
Absolutely, especially in Test cricket. Salisbury in again, full, and outside off, driven very nicely by Vasconcelos. Doesn't look happy that he's not managed to beat the infield there. It's a dot ball fielded by captain Lewis Hill, and that's the over. That's
great gesture by Ricardo Vasconcelos. He's always sort of giving a little bit of frustration towards Lewis Hill for fielding it. It's like, how dare you? Don't you know who I am? It was beautifully timed, but straight to the man. Yes, it's Diaz. They reckon used to choose the fluffiest looking towel when the pavilion attendant brought them in, and then just stick that one down his trousers.
It's a great story that David Lloyd Bumble tells, isn't there, about having magazines and newspapers that he used to put down his trousers to protect himself.
Good morning to David Steele, if he's listening, which he may well be, and his cousin Brian Crump celebrated his 86th birthday yesterday. Man bowled a vast number of overs for Northamptonshire, 807 first-class wickets. Here's Tom Scriven round the wicket, bowls to Gay. He drives, but doesn't manage to beat mid-off, and there's no run. I'm sure a bit of disappointment that, not least from him, that Josh Hull's not playing today. Certainly from those of us from Oundle Town Cricket Club, my club, who Josh came through with, and well, it would be interesting to see him bowl against Northamptonshire, but not to be this time. Hopefully get a chance later in the season. Here's Scriven in again, bowls to Gay, turns that nicely off his hip again. More runs for him as it runs out towards the boundary, and the scoreboard to our left. They're going to come back for 3. It's good running from Vasconcelos. I think they'd set themselves 3 more or less from the moment the ball left the bat, and they achieved that. Gay goes to 23 and Northamptonshire to 37 for no wicket. Brian Crump, also known as the Atomic Pill, little chap, and he used to bowl loads and loads of overs. And as I did mention yesterday, 86, which is roughly the number of overs he used to bowl in a match for Northamptonshire. That's
Mr. Reliable.
Absolutely great man of cricket throughout the 1960s. Here's Scriven in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who punches that away off the back foot, just rolls out into the offside. And there's no run. Vasconcelos 14 off 22. Gay is really rattling along, 23 off 23. And Northamptonshire will be well satisfied with this start. A little bit of luck that was going early on went their way. Matt Salisbury produced a couple of beautiful deliveries which beat the bat. A couple took the edge from Tom Scriven, but nothing has yet gone to hand. Here's Scriven in again, round the wicket, bowling to Vasconcelos. He's looking to work that in the onside, but can't get it past mid-wicket. And there's no run. We'll, of course, keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere in the county championship. Durham have made a dodgy start against the early pace setters Essex up at Riverside. Durham 11 for 2. One apiece for Sam Cook and Jamie Porter, almost inevitably.
Some bowling attack there.
Absolutely. Alex Lees and Scott Borthwick both back in the pavilion. Here's Scriven. In again, bowling to Vasconcelos, defensively forward, up to Harris at mid-on, and there's no run. At the Oval, Hampshire 24 for 1 against Surrey. Nottinghamshire 16 for 1 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Hasib Hamid, who's had a bit of a sticky start to the season, has gone early for 2 to Ollie Hannon Dolby. Somerset batting first against Worcestershire at Kidderminster. They're 20 for no wicket. Go on to Division 2 in a second. Here's Scriven in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who's pushing that up to mid-off, where Leicestershire captain Lewis Hill fields, and that's the end of another over. 37 for no wicket. Gay is 23. Vasconcelos 14. Bristol, Middlesex 29 for no wicket against Gloucestershire, and up at Headingley, Yorkshire 22 for no wicket against Derbyshire.
I imagine Middlesex are very, very happy that they're batting first this time. They bowled a lot of overs so far this season, the poor lads.
They certainly
Ethan
did.
Bamber, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm, a lot of overs.
We have our first change of bowling.
We do indeed. And Curry just over the little rising pitch, not offering too much for the bowlers, so short spell made throughout this innings to keep the bowlers fresh. Scott Curry also going to start round the wicket. And last over from Tom Scriven just looked like the ball was about to swing. And Scott Curry can swing a ball as he comes in round the wicket. Starts with a leg side ball. Good carry though down through to Ben Cox. Floats the ball to Pete Hanscom at second slip. Curry in fine form, bowled very well last week. And I'm not sure if you saw it, phantom slow ball that got David Lloyd out.
Yes, it did.
Just caught him out, I think. He thought it was coming to him on the full and it just dropped and hit the off stump.
Yes, that was one that went viral, didn't it?
Yes, very clever piece of bowling. Scott Curry again round the wicket, back of a length. Just catches Emilio Gay out, maybe with a bit of angle, maybe with a bit of ball movement.
It's interesting, isn't it, Roman? You know, in years gone by, you'd have the bowlers' little tricks and variations. They rely on. They knew that they would get around the circuit eventually, but by word of mouth, and it might take a little while for it to reach your next opponents. Now, as soon as anybody logs on, they're just looking at the little highlights reels and whatnot.
Absolutely. Curry in again round the wicket, a similar length but wider out to the offside this time as Emilio Gay back foot punches that through cover. They're just going to take the 2 as Salisbury retrieves. Curry just settling into a length here. as we said, bowled very well last week against Derby. And I felt we were quite unlucky last week, obviously staring down the barrel of an innings win against Derby, and then the weather came in and I think it was inevitable. We turned up at 11 o'clock and there were puddles on the outfield, which was really unfortunate. Curry in again, slightly fuller this time. As Emilio Gay doesn't really move his feet but defends into the offside very comfortably.
Yeah, Northamptonshire in a not dissimilar situation. They got Glamorgan, 3 down in the second innings and still 230 odd behind, and I think they were hoping, if, well, as John Sadler said, they could get a session, just maybe a session and a bit. They'd have fancied their chances. They'd have fancied it even more if Colin Ingram had been caught first ball the previous night by Karen Nair, but not to be because of the weather.
As Curry continues in, back of a length again, and just defended easily again by Emilio Gay.
Ben Sanderson wasn't impressed when that went down.
No, can't imagine. And am I right in saying Ben Sanderson doesn't live too far away from Gracefield? I think he does live in Leicester, doesn't he?
He does indeed.
So a nice short trip in for him this morning, which I'm sure he will have enjoyed as Curry comes in for the last ball of the over. And a dot ball, just 2 off the over.
Well, he came in, he arrived at the ground about the same time as I did, because he drove past me at about 10 to 9 this morning. So yes, he'd obviously had a nice easy drive in. I'm not too far away either.
Maybe a lie-in compared to the normal mornings for Ben Sanderson there.
Well, yes, as I've said many times, Sando has the sort of that rather hangdog, slightly disgruntled expression down to an absolute T. But my goodness, what a bowler, closing in on 500 wickets in all formats for Northamptonshire. Sunshine again as Scriven continues his opening spell. Bowls first ball of the over to Vasconcelos, pushes it up to Harris at mid-on, and there's no run. There used to be some fairly tasty contests between these two counties back in the 70s when I first started watching Northamptonshire, and you got Ray Illingworth captaining Leicestershire, of course, and Jim Watts captaining Northamptonshire, two, well, as shrewd as they come skippers really, and no quarter given or offered. Here's Scriven hanging that outside the off stump. Vasconcelos makes a latish decision to leave it, but does so safely enough, and it goes through to Ben Cox. But I think a little bit more flavour, obviously, to those derbies in those days when you got a steal on each side.
Yeah.
David playing for Northamptonshire and John, his brother, playing for Leicestershire.
That can't have happened too much.
Well, no, and there were a few, yeah, 1 or 2 little issues over the years, but all good fun. Here's Scriven in again, very full, on-driven by Vasconcelos, but again, to his frustration, he can't beat Harris at mid-on. Plenty of cloud around, but most of it's fairly high. Forecast is we may get possibly a shower later in the day, and I think that's pretty much the picture for tomorrow as well. But then, as Richard was saying, I think there's a certain amount of consensus that Sunday we might be catching up on our expenses claims or something of that nature. Here comes Scriven running away from us and bowls to Vasconcelos, who just drops a bat on it, goes out into the offside, and there's no run. Scriven in his 5th over, no wicket for 19. How many more do you reckon? One more after this, or
potentially? Yes, yeah, potentially. I mean, I know Tom Scriven as I call him a spell bowler, where every now and then it will take him a couple of overs to get into a spell, and from then onwards, if you take the runs out of his first couple of overs, he goes at 1s and 2s very easily.
Here is Scriven round the wicket, bowling to Vasconcelos, and goes off a thick inside edge into his pad, just above the pad itself, just above, well, almost between the pad and the thigh pad. Vasconcelos gives it a little rub, but no damage done.
Looks like there's a slight bit of movement in the air now as the, as we said earlier, the lacquer off the ball, off the Duke's ball, is coming off as the ball gets older, which certainly lends its hand to a bit of swing in the right conditions.
Scriven looking for that swing. In and bowls again to Vasconcelos, who's in behind that, plays it up to mid-on, Marcus Harris fields, and that's the end of another over. 39 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 14 and Emilio Gay 25.
Well, after that over, I wouldn't be surprised to see another over from Tom Scriven.
He's bowled very tidily, hasn't he?
Yes, and I think also with the pitch looking like a batting pitch, as I said earlier, with short spells maybe being used, I think Tom Scriven is more than capable of bowling long spells all day. A very fit man, and he showed that last week as well against Derby, bowling mid-20s in the day. Curry continues round the wicket to Emilio Gay this time, and it's full and wide outside off and driven powerfully through extra cover for 4.
Yes,
Bread and butter that for Gay.
Yeah, meat and drink, wasn't it? It was just a little bit floaty up there, and Gay latching onto it eagerly, driving it away for 4. I don't know if you've heard the story around the circuit, Roman, about Emilio buying his dad one of the dog thrower things, the sidearm, so that he could bowl at him in the nets during the winter in the back garden. That's amazing. I was told it. I didn't believe it. I asked him, and he admitted it, and he said it was absolutely true. I think he got them for other members of the family as well.
Oh, that's great.
So they'd all got one.
Well, fair play to them as well for having the skill to use it, because I don't know how to use one.
You can't fault his work ethic, that is for sure.
Curry again. Slightly short of a length outside off, just punched the point, dot ball.
So the city centre, I'm just trying to get my bearings, is sort of more or less behind us,
yeah,
isn't
behind
it?
where we're facing, yeah. We on the way in, you'll cross basically both other sporting grounds of Leicester. Towards the city, you'll have the King Power on your left, where obviously Leicester City play their football, and then you'll have is it Welford Road? I am right in saying Welford Road.
Yes.
Scott Curry there, slightly fuller, slightly straighter, and clipped into the leg side, a dot ball. Yeah, for some reason, the thought in my head it didn't sound right, but it is where the Tigers play the rugby.
Yeah, did you? I don't know if you heard the result from Saturday. Northampton Saints 40, Leicester Tigers 17, something like that.
I had
anyway.
to bring it up, didn't I? Leicester leading at half-time as well, wouldn't they? 10-6.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish, as
Absolutely.
they say.
Absolutely. Curry in again. Full. It's a good ball, that, and Emilio Gay just driving out into the offside for a single. Not quite hitting it as clean as he would have liked.
I think certainly as far as the rugby is concerned, it's one of those games where it doesn't matter, almost doesn't matter what happens the rest of the season. I think as long as if Saints get a win against the Tigers, then it cheers everybody up. Yeah. So still got the European Cup to go, semi-final coming up. Difference of 82,000 at Croke Park, that'll be fun.
That should be fun. Curry in again to Vasconcelos, who leaves outside off. Finishing his stance there, I would be guessing. I'm just going to have a look at the replay as he sets up nearly on 4th stump and finishes the leave on nearly 6th stump, right across the stumps there.
Does go a long way
which
across,
I can tell you is tough to bowl to. It's tough to really hold the line, because anything outside of Vasconcelos' body line is just never going to hit the stumps. There's Curry in for the last ball of the over. It's Fuller this time, inside half the bat and fielded with his boot. That is over. 5 off the over there from Curry. And Northants on to 44 for none off 11.
And I shall leave you now, Roman. I'll be back a bit later, and Richard Ray will come in this seat.
We're actually going to see a change of bowling. I was wrong in saying that Tom Scriven may have another over. He finished well in his spell, but we're going to see Ben Green, low knee from Somerset. A very talented cricketer. I've been lucky enough to play a lot of second team cricket back in my Glamorgan days against Ben Green, where the Glamorgan second team versus Somerset second team was a fixture of 6 or 7, maybe even 8 games a season. And I've seen a lot of him, and he very impressive back then, and he's impressed me last week with what I saw from him as well. What do you think, Richard?
Yeah, I had a chat to him, obviously, after the first day, I think it was, at Derby. Must be slightly unsettling just to come for a relatively short time, and I think possibly that's something that Scott Curry's sort of benefiting from a little bit. that he's here a little bit longer for the year. He goes round the wicket and bowls down the leg side to Emilio Gay, who just steps across and again gestures at the ball without any real aggressive intent. I don't know whether you've seen sort of any early video of Botham running in, but he's a big, strong character, Green, and his run-up particularly reminds me of Botham, sort of not quite lumbering to the crease, but it just looks sort of really strong. And
yeah, he's not far wrong there.
in he goes and bowls on off stump, nice delivery. Forward goes Gay, thick inside part of the bat as it just shapes in towards him a touch. Gives the ball a polish. Wasn't able to pick up a wicket at Derby. The overs will have done him good. There's a word with his captain, his temporary captain. Turns. Shortish run in and bowls, squares up. Gay, a fraction there, comes off a thickish outside edge. He was looking to work it on the leg side. It runs out towards extra cover. Rehan Ahmed back in the side. Dives across. Half stops it. Hill completes the stop. Might just have held its own a fraction.
Yeah, it certainly did.
Green turns, runs in, past umpire Debenham, and bowls super delivery. That certainly held its own, and it was swinging in towards off stump and then climbed away from Gay and beat him to the wide. Super delivery from Green there.
Some good skill there from Green, as he's shown his first two balls almost trying to bring it back in with a bit of swing. And them last two balls just holding the seam up a little bit, maybe a wobble seam ball, and they've both just held line.
And he goes again and bowls. That one does drift on towards the leg stump, and Gay doesn't miss out, just leans across and with real certainty clips it away firmly. Didn't try and overhit it, just got plenty on it, and away it went to the boundary on the Milligan Road side of the ground. Underneath the manual scoreboard over there. Gay moves on to 34 of 38 balls, 48 without loss. Wanders forward, taps the pitch. Pitch which looks reasonably blameless at the moment. You would hope there'd be a little bit for the bowlers. But Green's having to work for it. He has found something. Scriven found something. Not much. In goes Green and bowls straight, and Gay just leans forward. Blocks it firmly out towards Harris at mid-on. End of Ben Green's first over. Just that one scoring shot from it. A very nice one, though, from Emilio Gay. He's on to 34. 48 without loss. Northamptonshire will be pretty pleased with the first 45 minutes, 3/4 of an hour of play, having been put into bat by Leicestershire captain Lewis Hill. Be interesting to find out from Luke Proctor if he's prepared to admit what he would have done in the circumstances. Leicestershire were perfectly prepared to admit they would have bowled last week at Derby.
Yeah, I think my first thought was I think the toss would have been a bat first, both teams. So I was a little bit surprised when Lewis chose to bowl. Scott Curry just finds the inside half of the bat there from Vasconcelos. It's a dot ball, doesn't manage to get through. But initial surprise it was when we called to bowl. When you think about it a little bit, if the pitch is going to do anything, it's going to be on the first morning. And as we've seen so far, only a couple of balls have done anything off the pitch, and we've not seen too much swing as of yet. Curry in again, slightly shorter of a length this time, tucked into the leg side as Sol Budinger.
Just realised he's on.
Is fielding there.
Scriv?
Not sure. No, I can see Scriven at mid-on, so he's definitely not gone off. Maybe I can see Rishi in the slips there. As Scott Curry's bowling, obviously. Yeah, I haven't a clue. But Budinger is there fielding for this over at least. Curry in again, full. Looks like it just shapes away slightly from Emilio Gay as he defends into the offside. Looking to be a bit proactive there, Gay. Tapping it and looking for a quick single. Obviously, there was
Marcus
no run there.
Harris is off, I think.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. So I was just looking down to the fine leg boundary there, but obviously that's Ben Green with the number 6 on his back this week. No number last week, obviously with the short notice as he signed from Somerset on loan. That's another dot ball from Scott Curry. That was just back of a length, and again, no real feet movement from Emilio Gay, but plays it late. So it looks there, Jack Chantry just having a look at Scott Curry's follow through, or maybe his front foot. So I'm pretty sure how wide he lands on that pitch there, that he's not going to be coming down the middle of the wicket, as that's a full ball, almost Yorker length, that's dug out by Emilio Gay.
I wonder if he'll have the nerve to try the slower ball, which accounted for David Lloyd last week.
It was a good ball, you know. I think outside looking in, people may think, oh, what an interesting piece of cricket, shall we say. But obviously knowing Scott Curry, he's a box of tricks and a very talented boy. As he comes in again, and that's a good length, top of off, defended into the offside. Just the one off the over there. So both batsmen looking pretty comfortable here so far.
They are. I was just thinking that they look like two men who've had a good start to the season and feel confident, exuding confidence. 49 off 13, so run rate just under 4s. I'd be very happy with that. Hill and Green have a briefish conversation here at the pavilion end. Come on, Greenie. A lot of thought has gone into the nickname there.
That's cricket.
It is. Shirt out of the trousers for Ben Green. No sweater as he runs in and bowls round the wicket to Vasconcelos, who is drawn into driving at a slightly wide delivery. It wasn't at the pitch of the ball, but he trusted the bounce, and it didn't straighten too much. He's played it firmly out to deep extra cover. Rahan Ahmed picks up around about 3 yards inside the ropes in front of the meet, and the applause is for the Northamptonshire 50. 52 now without loss. Gay on to 34. Green won't be entirely unhappy at seeing that shot, I don't think. Just reached for it a fraction.
Especially given the balls he managed to bowl last over, which just left the left-hander. I'm sure he'd be happy seeing that.
Green is in again, and that is played very nicely through mid-wicket. It did swing in, and he took it off the stumps, and hence there's a few hands on heads out there. Had he missed it, I think he'd have gone leg before, but he didn't miss it. Came right out of the middle and punched away through mid-wicket. Slightly flamboyant shot. And again, emphasis of a confident batsman.
Yeah, I think Emilio Gay taking advantage of the position he gets himself in across the stumps there, as that ball didn't really have any right, if he was to stand on, say, middle stump, to go through that line, but as he comes across, he can just flick it where he wants.
Green is in again, wider line, and so wide in fact that Gay steps forward but lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Louis Kimber claps his hands at first slip. Peter Hanscom at second, Curry at third. Marcus Harris back with us, so Sol Buddinger's sodding onto the field a brief one. Green bowls again, good line on off stump. Gay treats the delivery with respect, big stride, head right over the ball, solid forward defensive out into the offside. No run. Leicestershire bowlers, I suspect, will be now philosophically settling into what could be a long, steady day for them out there in the field. Green is in again and bowls, nice shape to that one, and then it did just hold its own, brought Gay forward. He might claim he played inside the line. I think he was beaten though on that one. Yeah, he was beaten. Bat was tucked behind pad, he wasn't sure.
Definitely moved off the pitch, that from Green. Definitely moved it.
So there is hope for the Leicestershire bowlers. There is that just little bit of something. Green turns, gets through his overs pleasingly quickly and bowls. Again, movement there, but started wide and Gay therefore could leave and did leave safely. End of the over. 56 for that loss after 14. Vasconcelos hasn't seen too much of the strike in the last couple of overs. He's on 18. Emilio Gay has 38. But Green, 2 overs for 11. But there's been something there for him in each of those overs. He and Ben Cox having a word now.
Yeah, I think we've seen there from Green in just his 2 overs. I think he's moved more balls off the pitch than any of the other bowlers so far, which is a massive positive for him and Leicester, that he may be able to get a breakthrough from this left-handed opening partnership.
Short mid-wicket gone in.
Indeed, yeah. Scott Curry to continue. It's slightly short, slightly leg side, and it's hit the thigh pad of Vasconcelos. It's just going to go down for a single to fine leg. He's definitely going to feel like he's missed out there. Body language not looking great.
Sounded incredibly wooden, that. I thought it must be inside edge on, but I don't know what
Must
the
have a
thigh
hard
pads are
thigh
made
pad.
of. These days.
Yeah, a willow thigh pad.
Something like that. Not necessarily a good idea, I wouldn't think.
Definitely get the advantage of leg buys, wouldn't you? Curry into Gay, who plays a half-hearted shot there, almost like he tried to run it down and just pulled his bat away. But late, he certainly missed the ball. He tried to play at it.
First really sort of careless shot I've seen this morning.
Yeah, as we may just be seeing, although there was 7 off the last over, we may just be seeing a bit of pressure building up here on the Northants pair, with dot balls being strung together and the ball just starting to move about for the first time today. Curry in again. It's back of a length this time. Tucked out to point. Yeah, it could be a combination of anything that the ball's starting to move now. With we've got a fair bit of cloud coverage, although the sun is out at the moment. You know, they would have had a roller this morning, which may just be wearing off as the pitch gets slightly older, nearly an hour into play now. And as we know, the Duke's ball does swing between 20 and 40 overs. So we could be moving into a stretch for the bowlers here as Curry continues. Full, outside off, defended into the offside.
You obviously know Scott Curry a lot better than I do. You've gotten to know him, so to speak. Comes across as quite a serious young man. Very determined and
yes, I
focused, if you like.
Yeah, I think cricket-wise, he absolutely loves cricket. I think he's a study man. Loves watching cricket, loves learning, but also very, very, very funny in the changing room. Very funny as he comes in. It's wide, outside off, very full. And misfielded there at point as Gay turns back for 2. They're certainly going to be looking for 3, which they will get easily as Rahan Ahmed picks up the ball and launches it in to Ben Cox.
Just sort of fell over it there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Matt Salisbury. It was almost too close to him and went down. And
maybe just misjudged it a little bit. Maybe thought it was coming a little bit quicker than it was, which is very easy to do. Given the background, I think it's an underrated part of fielding in a stadium, is that there's so much going on in the background, you know, seats or buildings and stuff, that you don't see the ball as clearly as you might think. As Scott Curry continues, full outside off, and that's punched very hard to mid-off, but it's a dot ball nonetheless. And that is over. As our electric scoreboard looks to be frozen a little bit there. I think it's an over behind.
yeah. Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Switch it off and on again.
Just the stadium announcer confirming what I've just said.
We turn to the manual, which never freezes. 60 without loss. 41 to Gay.
Old reliable.
Yeah, absolutely. 18 to Vasconcelos. So
there is a story behind that scoreboard, isn't there, Richard? What is the story?
as in, why is it still manual, or how many others are there in the country?
There's a bit of history, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
for our stadium.
It's not as old as you'd think, actually, but it's probably the one building of any architectural merit in the stadium. As round the wicket goes Ben Green and bowls on off stump. Nice line forward, carefully pushing out into the offside is Gay, dropping it out towards cover. I think it was the couple o'clock is the sort of relevant part of it. It was made for somebody, another company or another place, and it became available in the sort of I think 70s, 1970s. It's not that the clock itself. In goes Green and bowls again on off stump. Back this time goes Gay and defends it out into the offside, and there's no run. And it was offered to Leicestershire, and they decided to take up the offer. I think it cost about £5,000, something like that. The clock, and popped it up atop the manual scoreboard. But it's one of only 2 now left in the country, manual scoreboards. Wow. And of course you know where the other is.
Yes.
Green is in and bowls outside off stump.
Looks like a little bit of swing there.
Yeah, just shake back in. It just started wide and the leave was safe enough.
Yeah, ball looking like it's just starting to do a little bit now, just starting to offer for the bowlers when it's bowled in there. In the right place, in a challenging spot for the batsman.
Green looks at it briefly, turns, runs in, bowls. There was a little bit of shape to that one, and off stump you heard Gay shout of no as he leant forward and blocked it out into the offside, so it was going more or less straight to Rehan Ahmed. I wonder if we'll see Rehan get an over or 2 before lunch. Be surprised, but you never know. Coming up to 12 o'clock, so coming up towards an update. BBC Radio Leicester. But the manual clock actually isn't working at the moment, I've just realised. So although the scoreboard is working, the manual clock isn't. In goes Green and bowls outside off stump. Nicely played by... Oh, goodness me, Curry nearly pulled off a brilliant piece of fielding. Dived to his left at third slip, took it left-handed on the bounce, flicked it backhanded at the stumps. Gay had gone down the pitch and he would have been out had the backhanded throw hit the stumps. It didn't. It was close.
It certainly looked close from the reaction of Curry as he flung his hat about 10 yards and proceeded to have his hands on his head. Gay looks like he's in a little bit of trouble here, maybe winded himself on the dive.
He had to turn and dive back in, and he's just having to completely recompose himself. He's taken his gloves off, and Vasconcelos wanders down and buys his partner a bit more time. But he almost gave it away there, Gay. Didn't realise that Curry at all. Curry's furious. He's so fed up with himself. He's standing wide to sort of deep in the gully, hands on hips. He thought he'd got his man there. Brilliant piece of fielding by Scott Curry. And that might have been just what Leicestershire needed to break this opening partnership and start to get into this very strong Northamptonshire batting lineup. But Gay survives. 60 without loss remains the score. Green staying round, the wicket goes in. Foolish, on driven for 4. Just swinging back in, but did overpitch on that occasion, and all Marcus Harris can do at mid on his turn and jog back to the boundary. And well, that will make Gay, if he was feeling a little bit unsettled, much more so. He moves on to 45. Roman's going to have a break. Andrew's going to come back alongside, so we'll do some swapping around actually. Swapping round done. Electronic scoreboard goes off. Screen goes blank as they switch it off and on again, and I'll keep going for a while because just as the update comes, in goes Curry, bowls, Foolish, clipped nicely through mid-wicket by Vasconcelos. Just one or two too many of those Foolish deliveries, looking for that extra bit of swing, trying to give the ball a chance to swing, just over pitching, and both Vasconcelos and Gay have picked off the delivery when it has been over pitched and hasn't been quite the right line, and they've clipped it away through mid-wicket, just as Vasconcelos did there. And he seems to have been on 18 for a long time, moves on not just because the scoreboard is frozen, but he has now moved on to 22. Just the 2 slips now and short mid-wicket. Curry was ready to go. Oh. Curry is in and bowls again, just drifting towards middle and leg, but it was not pitched up quite as far. And Vasconcelos just works it out to Patel at that short mid-wicket position. Just Kimber and Hanscom left in the slips now, alongside Ben Cox. As well as Patel at that short mid-wicket position, just 2 strips back. There is a conventional mid-wicket as well. Curry is in, bowls, pulled for 4. Drop short, pulled for 4. Here comes the update. Struggling a bit, the Foxes, I'm afraid, having put Northamptonshire in to bat. They have yet to make a breakthrough. 72 without loss for Northamptonshire. Emilio Gay has 45, Ricardo Vasconcelos 26. The Foxes have found a little bit of movement in the pitch, but as yet to find the edge. They need a breakthrough. Northamptonshire going well, 72 without loss. Curry is in and bowls outside off stump. Little bit of shape back in. Vasconcelos leaves, almost falls over himself as he leans over to the offside on that occasion, but no real danger.
There's not much margin for error out there this morning, is there, for the bowlers? He was saying this, as Roman was saying, it's just the odd one is starting to swing a little bit, but if it's over pitched or short, and the batters are going to put it away, as you mentioned, these two in pretty decent nick at the moment, and from Northamptonshire's point of view, it's been a pretty good first hour.
It has indeed. Curry is in, bowls outside off stump again, good shape back in, but again just started a fractionally too wide, and the leave, as the electronic scoreboard leaps back into action, was a safe one.
Yes, morning to, well, afternoon as it is now, to some of our listeners who've been in touch. Our friend William C. at 4th slip. Good afternoon to you, enjoying watching and listening to us on the stream, so hope you continue to do so, William. Good to have you with us.
Curry very upright as he comes in and bowls onto off stump, pushed out towards mid-off hill, picks up, throws at the stumps, had he hit, he was gone, he'd given up. But goodness me, it was an extraordinary run, and everybody's hands again on their heads out there. Hill startled to see Vasconcelos running towards him, picked up, and everybody's sort of looking around. What on earth happened there? Absolutely. Well, he was gone by a yard, maybe 2 yards, and had given up, and Hill had all 3 stumps to aim at and cannot believe he's missed them.
That was a bizarre piece of running, wasn't it? There was really not a single there, and quite why they went for it I don't know, but anyway, all's well that ends well. Mark Henson also, good morning or good afternoon to Mark. He was suggesting earlier that I should visit various eateries in the city centre here in Leicester, and unfortunately, having submitted some photographs of some of the dishes on offer, it's a bit like taking your packed lunch to school and eating it all at morning break, because I was, as a result, hungry at 10:30, which is never, a good thing really, is it, on a long day's cricket. Start of a fresh over from Ben Green, and it's nudged around the corner by Ricardo Vasconcelos, down behind square on the leg side for a couple. Takes Vasconcelos up to 29 and Northamptonshire to 75 for no wicket, and he's now compounded the felony by putting another picture up of an equally delicious looking dish. So I may have to have a little...
Yes, you'll have to let us know if you do follow up the recommendations.
Yes,
always good to hear.
Little trundle into the city at some point. Here's Green with 2 slips in place and bowling to Vasconcelos, who's across his stumps, playing it out into the onside. One thing I think this season, the 4th round of matches in it, I think we've seen more than any other comparable period of time in Championship cricket that I can remember, is the number of fielders we've seen on the drive, when captains are now much more prepared, particularly in the Kookaburra games. The slip's almost becoming redundant as Green comes in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who's watchfully in defence, plays it back down the pitch. Green fields off his own bowling, and we're seeing captains now. I think it was in the Middlesex Glamorgan game, wasn't it, at the start of the season, where they had like an umbrella field, but rather than behind the wicket, in front of the wicket, just trying to make something happen. And we do have a short mid-wicket in there now for Vasconcelos, and 2 slips as Green is in, bowls, and Vasconcelos drives, but without any timing. Goes up to mid-off, and there's no run, fielded there by Lewis Hill. We have sunshine at the moment, plenty of cloud around, but very attractive pictures. One thing, there's much to like about this ground, but one thing you do tend to notice being up here, you do feel very close to the action, despite the fact it is a huge playing area. Here's Green in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who pushes it out to the offside. And again, there's no run. In the sense you can actually pick up a lot of the chat even without the aid of our effects mic. You're sitting at the back of the box, you can hear a lot of the chatter going on out in the middle, and you do feel very close to the action. But I think this is certainly one of the largest playing areas in the country. I think here in the Oval.
So they tell me, yeah.
Here's Green in again, bowls very full, driven by Vasconcelos. He's going to get a run because it goes to the right of Hill at mid-off, and so that was a much better single. It also means that Vasconcelos has pinched the bowling again, second over running with a single off the last ball. He's 30, Emilio Gay is 45, and at the end of the over, Northamptonshire 76 for no wicket.
Now, one person who insists it's second only to the Melbourne Cricket Ground in terms of the actual playing area, but
that may be true. It is enormous. I mean, it's a huge square, isn't it? Very big square.
It is. We had a women's game here on Wednesday, 50 over game. Southern Blaze were involved. Somebody was all out for around 50 in the first innings, so it was quite a short 50 over game. Scriven is coming back for a second spell. Always a good sign from the batting side's point of view. Get the opening bowler back on without having lost a wicket. You've done something right. Scriven having a go from the Bennett end, staying on this around the wicket line to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Bowls down the leg side. Cox dives across, doesn't get anything on it. It is byes. It's swung away down the leg side. Cox took off athletically, reaching away obviously to his right. Couldn't get there. 4 byes is the result.
We're talking about the difference between this season and last season. Northamptonshire had 2 half-century opening partnerships in the whole of last season, and one of those was against occasional bowling when they're looking to set up a game on the final day at Edgbaston. So another season and a very different pattern starting to make itself known.
Scriven is in, bowled him! Full delivery, swung back in, looked to be slightly slower, whether he held it back slightly. Vasconcelos wasn't quite sure. In fact, I think he took his hand off his bat as he tried to play it away, and the off stump is out of the ground. Lovely delivery from Tom Scriven, and Leicestershire have their breakthrough.
Well, there you go. Just as soon as I talk about Northamptonshire's opening partnerships, of course that one's broken. Get the thumbs up from Richard. It's all right. I'll do that all the time. But yeah, it was a lovely bit of bowling from Tom Scriven. I think you're right. I think he did take a little bit of pace off it, and it deceived Vasconcelos, who was we talked virtually every time Ricardo Vasconcelos bats about the slowness of his walk off, and he's not very happy, and he's shaking his head, I think just out of a bit of frustration. But it was an excellent bit of bowling. We're going to have a little drinks break. The applause for Ricardo Vasconcelos. He goes for 30, but Leicestershire getting that breakthrough they needed just into the second hour, and it brings, I would imagine, Luke Proctor out to the crease, who's been in very good nick, very consistent form so far this season for Northamptonshire, the captain. He's down at Hove in the first round of matches, 92 and 41, and 73 in his only innings against Middlesex, and 65 in his only innings against Glamorgan, so he's averaging just shy of 70 in the season so far.
Hoping for another replay just to see to the extent to which it was held back. Maybe Scriven learned a bit from Scott Curry last week there. Slower ball.
It just looked to me as though Vasconcelos was through his shot,
yeah,
I think.
Looked that way. But Leicestershire needed that. Tom Scriven has made the breakthrough. His 7th wicket of the season.
50, how many balls? 52 balls.
52, I believe.
Yeah, for Ricardo Vasconcelos. Steve Hampshire are struggling in Division 1, 51 for 4 down at the Oval against Surrey.
Hard to see past Surrey, isn't it?
Yes.
As county champions again.
Dan Worrell's taken 3 of those.
So another lefty, Luke Proctor comes to the crease. Third slip goes back in. Scriven stays round the wicket, bowls to Proctor. side is off stump when he plays that one. Shuffled right across, I could see his leg stump, and it was full. Didn't swing as much. Just pushed carefully out into the offside by Luke Proctor. Matt Salisbury warming up again, so looks like going to go back to both opening bowlers, although I thought Ben Green's got plenty of movement from this, and I imagine he might have another one or two overs, that is. Scriven sort of bustles in, bowls, Proctor again, pushing across the line, taking it off the stumps, turning his wrists on the defensive push out towards Salisbury. It goes at mid-wicket, Salisbury blows on his hands. The cold breeze. Trees coming into leaf around the ground now, somewhat tentatively, understandably.
Warmer next week, though.
Can't get much colder. Really can't. Scriven is in. Proctor again turns his wrist on it, just behind square on the onside, swings in. Trickles out towards backward square, stroke wide long leg. Ben Green comes into field. The Northampton skipper is off the mark. He proffers his bat to umpire Chantry to be checked. Once again, I didn't hear what happened. As a consequence of one of the bats at Essex in the first game of the season failed, didn't it? And there was something
Dean
wrong
Elgar,
about
wasn't it, I think?
was it? You possibly know more about it than I must admit. First division stuff tend to not take too much notice of. Here goes Scriven and bowls Gay driving thick inside edge. He's got it away through mid-wicket as it swung back in, but by no means securely. Got plenty on it though. And it runs out towards the boundary. Salisbury runs back to pick it up. Gay just looked a touch loose in the last couple of overs. Picks up a couple, moves on to 47.
And I think you've got to give the bowlers credit for that, as Roman called it. It's just the odd one is starting to shape a little bit more, and making the batters just think a little bit. And a skillful bit of bowling from Tom Scriven that undid Ricardo Vasconcelos. It looked fairly well set. So there's Northamptonshire having much the better things in the first hour, but chance for Leicestershire to hit back here in the 3/4 of an hour or so before lunch. And we're going to see, I think, a change from this end as well. And it's Matt Salisbury coming back into the attack, bowled 4 overs for 18 with the new ball. And he's going to be bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. Batting to come, Karen Nair. Fresh from his double 100 against Glamorgan in the last game. And George Bartlett, signed from Somerset, who's yet to really make his mark in Northamptonshire colours. James Sales made his maiden first-class century a couple of games ago. Safe save, made 100 last time out against Glamorgan. Lewis McManus. And then the 3 bowlers, Sanderson, Tremaine and Scrimshaw.
Somebody is standing up behind the bowler's arm. I'm not quite sure who. Lewis on the balcony.
I was going to say dressing room balcony, I'd have thought, because all the members over to our right are absolutely not.
I think there's some windows open that Luke Proctor would prefer to see closed.
It's funny, isn't it, how some batters notice these sort of things, others are oblivious. Nigel Felton, who retired recently as Northamptonshire cricket chair when he was playing, could see something going on in the next county. Richard Levy was much the same. David Capel was famously not very happy when we put the lights on in the press box once because it was so dark when he was batting. This is a long delay. It's
tedious, isn't it?
Have a quick
Debenhams gesturing away. Sorted.
Yeah, there we go. Durham 63 for 2 against Essex. A bit of a recovery there, having lost a couple of wickets early on to the in-form Essex attack in Division 1. 3 slips then in place. They go down to Salisbury around the wicket at the start of a fresh spell. And that distinctive little nudge down to backward point by Proctor, the Oldham Shivnarine Chanderpaul.
Yes,
there's no run.
She's not David Gower, is he, in terms of the sort of flowing left-handers,
No.
or Gay or Vasconcelos
Or Frank Woolley or Graham Pollock. No, his method is very much his own. But yeah, as you rightly say, so he's been very good nick at the start of this season, having had a frustrating yet last year. Here's Salisbury going to get ball short, and he gets on top of the bounce, just drops it down on the onside for a single. Ben Cox comes round from behind the stumps to tidy up. Proctor to 2.
I was going to say Billy Godwin, but
yeah,
no, not really.
84 for 1.
Godwin could unfurl quite a flowing cover drive from time to time.
Proctor, I think the shot of his that I remember most from this season was when Jaden Seals, we mentioned earlier, the West Indies, made a big impact for Sussex in Division 2 this year. Dropped one short at home in the first game and hit it out of the ground. Will take on the short ball. Here's Salisbury in bowls to Gay, who again gets on top of the bounce. Plays it down to long leg for a single. Gay to 48 and Northamptonshire to 85 for 1. In those other matches, Nottinghamshire 59 for 1 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Somerset 55 for 1 against Worcestershire at Kidderminster. In Division 2, Middlesex 59 for 3 against Gloucestershire at Bristol. A couple of wickets for Marchant Delanga. Here's Salisbury, and again bowling to Proctor outside the off stump. Still decent carry from Salisbury, but Proctor lets it go into the gloves of Ben Cox. And then up at Headingley, Yorkshire 60 for 1 against Derby. Adam Lyth 28 not out, Shan Masood 20 not out, Finn Bean the man out up there as Roman rejoins me. And you called this absolutely right, Roman, about the fact that this ball has just started to do a little bit more. It's brought Leicestershire the breakthrough they were looking for. That's wide outside the off stump, very wide from Matt Salisbury, and Proctor doesn't need to play it and doesn't. And it goes through to Ben Cox.
Unlike the Kookaburra, I think the Dukes probably does more throughout the middle area, should we say, between the newest ball and the next new ball. I think if it's looked after, shined well, and you know you try and keep it down from hitting the sideboards as much as possible, it will offer itself to you.
Proctor on strike against Matt Salisbury, again outside the off stump, and Proctor decides to leave alone, goes through into the gloves of Cox, and that's the end of another over. 85 for 1. Gay is 48, Proctor is 2, the man out. Ricardo Vasconcelos bowled by Tom Scriven for 30 with 80 on the board. Yes, the role of the ball preservation officer is at the BPO is very important to the side now, isn't it? Particularly, as you say, with the Duke's ball.
Yeah, I think it was maybe, well, it certainly was very difficult with the Kookaburra. And you maybe just needed a little bit of experience. Obviously, with Matt Harris, luckily enough, who's played with the Kookaburra pretty much all of his life over in Australia. But still couldn't manage to get it to do much. As Tom Scriven continues with an in-swinging half volley, just short of a Yorker, as it's clipped through the leg sides. And the applause you can hear is for Emilio Gay's 50 off just 61 balls. He's batted very well. He's looked very, very comfortable so far, and Leicestershire will be trying to break through this partnership now and wanting to get this wicket off Emilio Gay, because he really is in fine form.
He's hungry, Roman, as well. I think that's the other thing. We had a thing of last season was curate's egg of a season for him, and he just wants to develop this sort of consistency.
Scriven again round the wicket, swinging in, and just 2 straight to Emilio Gay again. A square leg looks to have been dropped out for that ball there, as Ben Green comes round to collect it. Just 2 off that ball, and he's going to stay out there for this ball as well, as Emilio Gay retains the strike with a 2.
He's good to watch when he's going. You know, he's very easy on the eye, as the best left-handers are. I'd say last year he missed the start of the season. I think he then tried to play catch-up a little bit, went after some balls that he perhaps didn't need to, trying to catch up with the players that had started the season and got, you know, a bit of a start on him. But this year he's been very, very determined.
Hit the ground running,
yeah, absolutely.
Tom Scriven changes to over the wicket here, just a change of angle and a change of guard for Emilio Gay as well, as it's a slightly better line this time, good length. Defended up to mid-on for a dot. So I think it's massively underused. I think the angle across the left-hander, especially when the ball and the pitch are not doing a great deal, the angle can be as it at least provides something that may just leave the left-hander. Whereas round the wicket, you're basically just bowling into him. And especially with someone like Emilio Gay, who's so good off the straight ball, I think this angle may just help Tom Scriven as he comes in again, slightly offside this time. Defended into the ground by Emilio Gay very comfortably. And we've only seen one rash shot from Emilio Gay, and I'm sure for him he'll say that's one too many, but he's looked very, very comfortable, and I would not be surprised to see him build on this 54 that he's currently on. I think I'm right in saying here, just looking at a sheet of paper, he was averaging 75 before this game, and he's only building on that now.
That's right.
Tom Scriven in again from around the wicket. It's slightly wider again to the offside. Defended again by Emilio Gay. A few dots just strung together here from Tom Scriven with the over starting with a 4 and a 2. Now 3 dots in a row. He will want this one to be a dot as well.
Knowing Emilio as I do, I think he'll be, he's 261 obviously against Middlesex, but he will be more miffed, I say, by the couple of times he missed out, the strangle down the leg side and the LBW that might not have been the best.
Scriven bowling outside off and left alone to finish the over. 6 off it. Yeah, he seems a very, well, he's certainly a flowing batsman, an attacking opening batsman, which we seem to be seeing a lot more now in England. Gone are the people who just see off the new ball potentially, and thinking back, I mean, Hassan Azad was great for us, and I think his strike rate was in the low 30s, but he would certainly stick around and give the lads who are batting with him a chance to build their innings, and now we're just seeing a lot more attacking batsmen opening the bat.
It's interesting you mentioned him, because he just came to mind when you were saying about that sort of player, because he was with Northamptonshire last year and did well in the first game of the season down at Canterbury when it was doing a lot. As Salisbury starts fresh over to Proctor, who's playing it out square of the wicket in the offside, and there's no run. Made 51 in a long time down at Canterbury, but after that he just struggled a little bit, couldn't get going, he had an injury and was released at the end of the season. But yes, you can think of one or two openers down the years, the likes of sort of Bud Hill at Derby and John Steele, of course, here, and others of that sort of vintage.
Ben Compton is probably the closest thing to that now.
That's just a little bit shorter of length, pushed out by Proctor out into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, absolutely. He has his own tempo. It's one thing you'll notice. I'm interested when Karen Nair gets in, what you think about him, because we were saying down at Wantage Road when he made his 200 last week against Glamorgan, once he got to 40, you just knew he was going to go at least to 3 figures and probably beyond. He's got a wonderful tempo. That's pushed again out in the offside by Proctor, and there's no run. He just plays his own game. And as we used to say about Alan Lamb when he was in his pomp for Northamptonshire, you look at the board and you see he's got 35, 40, and you think, where do they come from?
Yeah, well, I think that sort of reminds me of my first season playing with Manus Labuschagne, when he scored that 1,000 runs very, very quickly. It was almost, you look at your teammates and say, oh, he's done 30, that basically means he's going to get out.
Yeah, absolutely. Attempted on drive by Proctor, doesn't really time it, it goes up to mid-on, and there's no run. He rehearses the stroke. In contrast, Luke Proctor, they wouldn't get too many marks for artistic impression, but mightily effective at a very big season 2 years ago when John Sadler put him up to number 3, and that seemed to really suit him, and he just came up shy of 1,000 runs after a couple of dodgy games at the end of the season. Here's Salisbury in again and steered down to the slip cordon by Proctor into the ground, bounces up second slip for Fields, and there's no run. And he finished on, I think it was 990 runs, something like that, after bagging a pair at Taunton in the penultimate match, and then missing out and got a handful of runs in the last match against Essex. Just missed out on 1,000. What he looked as though Northamptonshire at the end of the over are 91 for 1. We have about half an hour to go or so until lunch. Then last year, in contrast, just not a lot went right for him really. Obviously he had the responsibility of captaincy, his first year as captain, and missed 3 matches fairly early on through injury. Sam Whiteman deputised, and season just never really got going for him.
I can't imagine the captaincy affecting him that much. So I think he's a very natural leader from what I've seen of him. A very good cricketer, as we know.
Very level-headed, and maybe doesn't relish some of the peripheral stuff, if you like, some of the media stuff. He's talks. I think he was one of those that they say in the dressing room when he talks, people listen. But he's a very impressive chap. I think he's a huge amount of respect for him. Again, we talk about Emilio Gay's work ethic, but his is also very, very strong. Is this gloves coming out? I think it is.
Yeah, I think there's. For the people listening and not watching, we're not just dismissing the cricket going on. There is a break. I think Emilio Gay has called out for either a grip or maybe some back tape. He's got a problem with his bat up towards the handle and the shoulder of the bat by the looks of it. We can't quite see as the 12th man is in my way.
Yes, it's Alex Russell out there at the moment, so yes, if you just shift a little bit, that would be very handy. But yeah, it's a bit of just running repairs that we're seeing there now. But yeah, Luke Proctor is the sort of cricketer. David Ripley, when he was head coach at Northamptonshire, he was one of those that he always called one of the unsung heroes in the squad. He's one of those that doesn't necessarily make the headlines, but will always contribute, sells his wicket dearly with his little medium pace, or brisk medium pace, with a very quick arm. He can pick up a handy wicket or two.
He's the man behind the scenes.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's your David Silver.
Well, yeah,
you could say.
And you think about when he first came to Northamptonshire. I mean, partly the reason that he is still with Northamptonshire is he came initially on loan from Lancashire, and they basically needed somebody to open the batting. I'm not sure how much he'd done it before, but they put him up to open because they had injuries or unavailability or whatever, and he made runs in 2 games, and the rest, as they say, is history.
I think it just shows the versatility, isn't it? Like, as you said, he got bumped up to 3 and he just succeeded. And he's done well ever since, really. As Scriven in over the wicket, as we continue with play. And Emilio Gay looked to put that out to deep square, maybe looking for a 1 or a 2, but catching the outside half of the bat, and he goes up to the other end there with a single, still looking at the handle of his bat. So it's certainly a problem. I wonder if the handle's just coming loose or the shoulder has a chip in it, maybe.
Yeah, something not right, is there?
Yeah, he doesn't look too happy with it. Many batsmen, I think, would just call on for a new bat. Right? I wonder if he's superstitious with the bats he has. Scriven continues over the wicket now to Proctor, who defends. Coming forward, but on the back foot.
Is that Richard Ray is reversing? Something's reversing with the sound of it.
A lorry somewhere, delivering goods behind us, potentially, to the warehouses.
Lunch.
I hope so. So the sun is beaming down on us now. I'm not sure how much we're going to get with the cloud coverage we've got, but we'll cherish it while it's here as Tom Scriven turns at the end of his run-up and comes in on the angle, straightens up, bowls outside off, left alone, through to Cox.
Roman, what's the policy with floodlights here? Because I know different counties have made different decisions about that this year.
I'm not too sure. Richard's probably a man to ask you about anything, Richard.
Yeah, they are usable. I asked the question, obviously, after what happened down at Hove, the first round of matches when Sussex, we had John Philby, the Sussex chap, in the commentary box, and he said, absolutely, they have decided they're not going to use them for Red Bull cricket this year.
And they have to stick with that.
And they have to stick with that.
Back on the decision.
Northamptonshire have used them in each of the first 2 home games.
Continuing. That's swung in by a mile. It looks to maybe have just taken the inside edge. A very, very good appeal from the Leicestershire slip cordon and Tom Scriven. It certainly swung in a lot, and that was dead straight.
Yeah, I think if he hadn't got it, just sounded a little bit woody there.
Yeah,
but I think
definitely a tickle.
I think if he hadn't done, then he'd have been walking back.
Some good movement there in the air from Tom Scriven.
It's a really impressive spell. He's bowled beautifully.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, Scriven being a spell bowler, he'll just keep coming back at you, and he'll find a rhythm. And once he's in rhythm, good luck getting him away. As he goes again, that's another ball in swinging, slightly wider this time, left alone by Proctor on a 5th stump line.
The would-be Danish international, as Richard was saying.
He self-confessed the Dane. He owns a phone case with a Danish flag on, and he certainly does love his roots there through his father's side of the family. I'm not 100% sure whether he's been over to Denmark. I'd be surprised if he hasn't, but he absolutely loves it. As the Dane runs in, and it's back of a length, and it leaves Proctor this time. Not looking to swing that one.
Clever change of pace and a little bit of swing.
Yeah, I think as we know, Tom Scriven not blessed with out-and-out pace, but what he's not got there, he makes up for well and truly with skill and accuracy.
Salisbury starting his 7th over from this pavilion end, bowls to Emilio Gay on 55, and he pushes that up into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I must admit, I hadn't realised about actually having to make a decision pre-season about floodlights. Sussex have made a call that the cost £150 an hour, they reckon.
Yeah, it's very expensive, but I'm sure that decision will work in their favour at times, and well, maybe out of their favour at times as well.
Here's Salisbury and outside the off stump, left alone by Gay through to Ben Cox. Well, yes, and in that match when Northamptonshire played down at the Hove, first game of the season, they lost the last 20 overs to the light. It didn't actually start raining until after the play had been abandoned, and Sussex was still in a position. They were, what, 60 odd behind. Northamptonshire the last pair in. If they'd taken the last wicket quickly, then they'd have had a fairly, you'd think,
a good chance.
Regulation chase to win that match. Is Salisbury in again, bowls on leg stump, turned away by Emilio Gay, down behind square, thinks about 2, but there's not 2 there. And they settle for the single. Gay to 56 and Northamptonshire to 93 for 1. So then, of course, the Sussex faithful were asking questions about, well, if we'd have had the floodlights, has it already cost us potentially a win? And I suppose you have to say yes. Yes,
absolutely. But also, I think as the season plays out, it will work both ways. They will be in a position at some point where the opposition are on top, and light plays its cards and saves them.
Here's Salisbury, and again bowls to Proctor, who's pushing it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Marcus Harris fields. Well, John Sadler made the observation ahead of this game, talking about obviously being frustrated, as Leicestershire were in the previous round, of course, against Derbyshire, but feeling that Northamptonshire were in a good position to force a win over Glamorgan on the last day when it rained. But as he said, you know, the rain or the weather potentially saved them from defeat against Sussex. So it's, as you say, it evens up over the season very often. Here's Salisbury, and again bowls to Proctor, who drives pleasantly, half stopped in the covers by Rayan Ahmed. Good bit of fielding, saved certainly a couple of runs. They come through for a single. Proctor to 3. Northamptonshire to 94 for 1. Good bit of fielding in the covers, diving away to his left. Brings Emilio Gay back onto strike. Sun has left us, at least for the time being. The clouds are high. 2 slips in as Salisbury's in, bowling to Gay. Pushes forward, goes off at the inner portion of the bat, down behind square on the leg side. And he's going to get a single. Gay to 57. Northamptonshire to 95 for 1 at the end of the over, and Emilio Gay, having had 2 or 3 overs when when Ricardo Vasconcelos was in, taking a single off the last ball, can now do the same. Yeah. He's 57, his captain is 3, Luke Proctor, and it's 95 for 1.
Northants on the turn of the over are 5 away from bringing up the 100 for the innings. Proctor currently 3 off 21, as we've seen so many times over the years. He not the most aggressive batsman, but will certainly occupy time at the crease given the chance. And as we said, Emilio Gay getting a single off the last ball of the last over will face up against Tom Scriven, who last over moved the ball both ways against Proctor, beating him inside and outside edge. So this should be a very, very good contest, with Emilio Gay seeing the ball so well, currently on 57. And Tom Scriven in a bit of rhythm as he comes in. It swings in, it's slightly full, and Emilio Gay gets the better of him. moving on to 61 with a 4. Straight down the ground. What a lovely shot that was.
That was a beautiful looking shot, wasn't it? It's always from very early on. I remember when he made his first championship century at Canterbury, and the straight driving was absolutely the hallmark of his innings, and it's the thing that carried away in your mind from that innings. And he's going to have to change his bat now.
Yeah.
I think he's not happy. So
He's made the decision.
yeah, we're going to have to get the 12th man back on. Have a rummage through. There's not coffins anymore, is it? These big soft.
I wish there was, though. I really do.
The old the hard case. Well, it's not good for the over rate, this, of course. I'm sure the umpires will be making appropriate deductions, but
Yes.
Emilio Gay is now just waiting for somebody to appear from the dressing room. Meanwhile, Roman, at the Oval, Hampshire are 68 for 6 now against Surrey. 3 for Dan Worrell, 2 for Jordan Clark, 1 for Gus Atkinson. Nick Gubbins has survived the carnage, 24 not out, but Surrey already making serious inroads there. The 12th man has been on offered Emilio Gay a choice of a couple of blades, and he's chosen one that agrees with him. So
Yeah, just a practice shot there to remind himself of the feeling of his new bat, I'm sure. Tom Scriven in. Back of a length, it catches the outside edge this time. It just moved away from Emilio Gay off back of a length there, but the batsman gets his runs down through third man off the outside edge.
well, the edge of it's all right anyway. He's established that with the new bat. That brings up the 100.
That is 100 up for Northants, 103 for 1. As the bat Gay has chosen to continue with has got a lot of ball marks down the face, and especially in the middle. So I'm sure he's very familiar with his bat, and I'm sure he scored a lot of runs with it. So he may even feel more comfortable now with that in his hand. So Tom Scriven turns again. 2 fours to start the over for Gay against Tom Scriven as he's in again. Bowls wide of off stump, too wide for Emilio Gay to bother with as he leaves it.
Mind you, I always advise my son when he started getting bats of his own to make sure that he sandpapers or cleans the edges, the red marks on the edges off, so just makes the bowler think he's
heard stories about where when you've got a bat face you nail varnish the edges to make it look like you've middled every ball you've ever faced, which is obviously not true, especially in my case. Scriven in again, outside off again as it swings after the stumps there through to Ben Cox. A good take.
It really did go, didn't it? That, as you say, it went very late, but you could see from, not absolutely behind, but it really did go. Good take as well.
It just held its seam up as it bounced after the stump swung away. And as we know, Ben Cox is class with the gloves on. Makes it look very comfortable to take. Scriven turning, running in. A rhythmical run up as he comes in, and it swings in, and he's caught the edge. Even though it swung in, he's caught the outside edge of Gay's bat as he tried to flick it through leg side. And again, it's gone for 4.
Could have gone absolutely anywhere.
Absolutely.
And again, it's another little moral victory for Tom Scriven, but it's cost him 4 runs.
Yeah, and it's gone through the third slip line by the looks of it. And they, just a couple of overs ago, took him out to stick him into mid-wicket. That is really unfortunate. That is mother cricket.
The Proctor's just come down and had a little word with Emilio Gay, just telling him to keep going, keep concentrating. He's being really tested here by Tom Scriven.
A great spell so far from Scriven as he runs in now. 8.5 overs bowled from him, so his last over of his last ball of his ninth, sorry. And it's tucked into the leg side off back of a length by Gay. Nice and easy, not tested so much on that ball as he was earlier in the over. As again, Gay takes a single off the last ball to retain the strike for the next over. As we are now just short of lunch, around 15 minutes to go. Richard joins me.
And although there has been something there for the Leicestershire bowlers, very much at the moment, Northamptonshire's morning. If Leicestershire can pick up one more, from their point of view, preferably 2 before lunch, they'll feel it's been just about level pegging, but at the moment Northamptonshire very much with their noses in front. Salisbury round the wicket to Emilio Gay. Bowls on off stump. Gay leans forward. You heard the shout of no as he steered it to backward point. That delivery from Scriven that was edged. Had it not been edged, I think it would have hit off stump as well. It was swinging in to that extent. So Scriven, very, very impressive second spell. Rehan Ahmed is indeed windmilling his arm, so he's going to get an over or two before lunch, it looks like. England international.
Golden arm.
You never know. Salisbury is in and bowls outside off stump. Too wide. It did just about hold its own off the seam, but started wide. And Gay had nothing to do with it. He'll be conscious of the proximity of the lunch interval. But it is still probably 4 overs away.
The Fox is just building a nice bowling partnership here between Scriven and Salisbury. Salisbury coming round the wicket looking to take the ball away from the left-handers with a bit of swing, and Scriven over the wicket looking to bring it in with the odd ball going across.
Salisbury bowls outside off stump, dropped a little bit short, punched away for 4. Short and wide, and Gay playing too well to miss out on that one. Stood up tall, punched it away in front of square on the offside. Took the opportunity. So important, isn't it, to bowl in partnerships? And if somebody's bowling well, they've got to be backed up, even if only to the extent of keeping a lid on the sort of scoring rate from the other end, making it hard for the batsman.
Yeah.
They just don't want to be able to see off the guy who's bowling well and then know that they're going to pick up runs at the other end.
Yeah, and that ultimately is what brings wickets. I think if you can build pressure as a partnership, you end up sometimes forcing a rush shot out of a batsman and maybe getting a chance out of it.
Salisbury elbows jutting, is in, bowls again short and wide, and again it's cracked away for 4 through the offside, and Salisbury kicks at the air, and he's not doing what we're talking about really, not backing up Scriven, just bowling a little bit too wide on both those occasions, and Gay unerring really did crack them both away through the offside.
Certainly looked to put that one away with a bit more conviction. As he'd seen the previous ball, I think that one there, he made sure was going to rush away to the fence.
Hill not posting a sweeper as yet. It is there, he'd be there for the bad ball, so he doesn't want any of them. In goes Salisbury, bowls, driven firmly down into the ground. The alert Ahmed fall/dives to his left to make the stop, then bowls a loosener to Hill, who throws it back to him, bowls another one. Better line just about from Salisbury and better length. Gay leans forward, pats at the pitch. Hanscom just swings his right leg a few times at slip, but I don't think he'll be bowling anytime soon. Salisbury's in, bowls straight on towards middle and leg, and just leaning forward. Gay works it past Curry at shortish mid-wicket out to the sweeper on the leg side boundary, who's Tom Scriven. End of Salisbury's over, not the most distinguished, and he gets a pat on the back and a word from Lewis Hill. I suspect the effect that I'll give Rehan an over or two from this pavilion end. That'll do for now. Matt, 8 overs, none for 32 for him at the moment.
Yeah, as we see the keeper's helmet being brought on for Ben Cox as he comes up to the stumps for Rehan Ahmed. Change of bowling.
Okay, so maybe a double change then, potentially.
A very good spell there from Tom Scriven coming to an end. Unfortunately, with one good drive and 2 outside edges from Emilio Gay going for 4. And I'm not sure how many came off that over, but he was unfortunate to go for at least 12 that he did. And I think I'm right in saying Luke Proctor hasn't faced the ball in about 4 overs. I think Emilio Gay's gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thanks very much. I'll take the strike for the next one.
Well, I don't think Proctor will be too concerned. The Northamptonshire skipper, Gay's going very nicely. 79 off 83 for him. And
with 10 minutes to lunch, it's not too much to gain for him. Right now, he certainly be focusing on getting to lunch and progressing afterwards as Rehan Ahmed starts his spell round the wicket to Emilio Gay with a good start.
Yeah, on the money straight away.
Yeah, slightly full, so we can't judge whether it's going to turn or not just yet. but I'm sure he will turn one. We know how good he is, as that one is a similar ball. Forward and defending is Emilio Gay. 79 off 85 now, and he really is motoring along. As Rahan Ahmed runs in, bowls. It's fuller, it's straighter, and it's clipped to mid-on for a single. Lewis Hill thinking about the throw at the stumps and concluding that it wasn't worth it. As that brings on Proctor to brings Proctor on strike, sorry, for his first ball in about four and a half overs, I think. So we will see his concentration levels now against Rahan Ahmed, which is back of a length, and it's clipped into the onside and beats Matt Salisbury diving away. It's only a single.
Yeah, just a bit of a drag down from Rahan there.
Yeah, slight drag down, and carefully played away by Proctor for a single. Just making sure of it. Sometimes the bad balls are the good balls for the bowler, you know. Bad balls take wickets, and Proctor making sure that one didn't go through, as that's full. And Emilio Gay not happy that he's punched that 2 extra cover for a dot, as I'm pretty sure that was a full toss.
Yeah.
And it could have gone anywhere, could have hit it anywhere really, and he's hit it straight to extra cover. As Rahan Ahmed comes in for the last ball of his over, it's slightly back of a length and just too wide, as Emilio Gay's on the back foot and cutting out to a deep cover, where Tom Scriven comes round and stops the second run. And that is 3 off the over for Rahan Ahmed.
He got away with a couple there. Rahan started the over well, but just lost his length to a certain extent. Can't be easy for the leg spinner.
I've always thought that's tough for spinners. Sometimes they get, you know, 1 or 2 token overs at the end of the session.
Did you ever try in the nets a few?
Yeah, well, if anything, my leg spinners are better than my off spinners. But no, they'll never come out in the game, I don't think. I'm no Graham Wagg, if you remember him coming in.
Absolutely, yeah, Waggy, yes, absolutely.
He was actually a very good left arm off spinner.
He was.
I remember he used to come in off his long run sometimes and stop and then bowl an off spinner, which I think may have brought out some ruling from the ECB that you can't do that anymore.
Ben Green is going to have an overall 2 second spell before lunch. Goes in and bowls to Gay. He heard the shout of no. Almost at the moment he played the ball, he realised he'd pushed it out more or less straight to mid-wicket. Twiddles the bat in his hand. 81 off 89. When he's scoring at that sort of rate, takes all the pressure off the man at the other end. Proctor 4 off 22 can take it all the time he needs. The run rate is 4.4, so Northamptonshire will be very happy with that. Green is in and bowls down the leg side, helped on down the way. Did it flick the thigh pad? Signal is a leg bye. It was much delayed there by Ben Debenham, but he sort of raised his right knee before tapping it for quite a while. The knee was raised for quite a while before it was tapped, if that makes any sort of sense. Got there in the end. Runs away for 4 leg byes. Northamptonshire continue to thrive. 1-2-4 for 1 now. Partnership 44 between these two, of which Proctor has scored 4. Been a few extras, but mostly Gay's work. Green is in, outside off stump, leaning forward, getting in position to try and crack it away off the front foot. It wasn't there to be cracked away, and he had to check the shot, but he did. Had plenty of time and sort of steered it to point.
I think it's shots like that off balls that, well, it was a good ball, it was a good length, it was sort of 4th stump coming in, and it's shots like that that just show how comfortable he is and in what fine form he is in at the moment.
He had a lot of time. As Green is in to him again. Fuller swinging in a touch towards sort of middle and leg, but worked by Gay past mid-wicket out towards the sweeper. Scott Curry's out there at the moment, and 1 is taken. Moves on to 82. 1-2-5 for 1.
See, just the mention of Scott Curry there, who was out at deep square. He's now jogged up into a 3rd slip position, which is a very interesting movement from between balls.
It's a long way for sure. Green is in, bowls again. Leg stump line though, and worked by Proctor out towards deep backward square. He's going to pick up a comfortable second. He hesitated, but there was always going to be two there. Rishi Patel had a fair way to go to the ball from sort of wide long leg up to backward square. And Proctor picks up a couple, moves on to 6, milking the bowling quite nicely, these two at the moment. Green
Proctor as well, I must say. Apart from that one over from Tom Scriven where it was swinging both ways, he's looked very comfortable as well.
Green is in, bowls to him, he leaves. Delivery outside off stump. Touch of suggestion of shape back in to the left-hander, but it was far too wide. Green takes his sweater. Slightly, something of a loosener about that over, because it can't be easy to get warm again out there.
No,
certainly have one more before lunch.
Yeah, the sun has just gone in behind the clouds, and as it does that, you can really feel the breeze just get slightly colder without the sun shining down. And that's one thing I really have noticed recently, is that breeze is super cold, as this is short and wide outside off, and massively missed out there by Emilio Gay. Rahan missing his length and his line there, and lucky to get away with a dot.
Yeah, shout of frustration from Gay.
Rahan again, still round the wicket. That's full. That may have just caught the inside edge there as Emilio Gay tried to trap it. It was Yorker length, very slow, but misses the stumps and hits Cox on the pads. It's a dot ball. Rahan in again, that's a better line, a better length, slightly flatter from the hand, and defended into the onside. So not too much in terms of spin so far from Rahan Ahmed. A little bit more angle as he comes in very wide from round the wicket, as that's again quite flat, but a good length and defended on the back foot from Emilio Gay.
Not much there for him, is there? It doesn't look to be anyway at the moment.
No, right now, no. But as we say, he's a very clever bowler. He'll mix his pace up, and that's slightly straighter, and hit into the ground from Emilio Gay, straight up mid-wicket. Caught on the one bounce from Curry, good hands.
I think Rahan will be thinking the problem with all this sort of going round to the left-handers is that it doesn't give him any footholds to bowl into.
No. Yes, yeah. It's in again, full and defended. Yeah, it will be interesting when the right-handers do come out, that with the footholds being where they are, that his certainly his googly will come into play, but also his stop ball leg spinner, which I've noticed, you know, it doesn't turn a great deal, but when it does turn, it's just enough to do something and put the element of doubt in the batsman's mind, which is a great place to be as a bowler. And obviously Rahan's class and his consistency, which he's built up over the past couple of years now in first-class cricket and going away with England. He will lick his lips if there's any sort of spin.
Ben Green from the pavilion end round the wicket, bowls down the leg side. Proctor steps across and, as I say, gestures at the ball, but doesn't get anything on it. Cox running away to his right, makes the catch. Dot ball.
It's a race against time, this over. I wonder if Green can get through it to get Leicestershire another over before lunch.
In he goes, bowls outside off stump, left by Proctor. 4 more of those and he definitely will. But it is a short run up. It's probably only about sort of 10, 12 strides once he gets into them.
Okay, certainly a lot shorter than everybody else's run-ups.
Turns in, bowls on off stump, solidly forward, almost walking into the defensive press. Is Luke Proctor blocking it out to Ahmed in the covers. Well, I think it's demonstrated that you don't need to have too long a run up to bowl quickly. if trying to bowl quickly is your aim. Movement is what Ben Green's about. Heavyish ball as well. He bowls, in he goes and bowls outside off stump, and taken on the rise by Cox round about shoulder height.
There you go, well said, heavy ball. It just looks like the odd ball is shooting through, doesn't it, off this pitch? Whereas one sort of dies and one goes through, so I wonder if it is slightly too paced, but from what we've seen so far, the batsmen are seeing it very well and judging it very well.
Green is in and bowls on off stump. Proctor leans forward, everything neatly close together. It's not the most classical of stances as he prepares to face the ball, but when ball hits bat, certainly when he's defending, everything looks pretty straight. It gets there. 6 for him off 29 balls. Last ball of Green's 6th over. In he comes and bowls outside off stump, comes back in, but again started too wide, and Proctor didn't have to play. Didn't. End of the over, 127 for 1, 30 overs have been bowled. And we are going to get one more. Umpire Chantry takes Rahan Ahmed's cap. He's got two behind the stumps. The clock green it is. On the electronic scoreboard shows 12:59. So Leicester will have managed to squeeze in almost the full allocation for the session.
Yep, this is definitely the last over before lunch, as the clock has only just turned over to 1 o'clock, but as we say, the last over finished within time. Rahan Ahmed round the wicket. It's short and wide, and Emilio Gay just rocks off to his back foot and punches it out to deep cover, where Rishi Patel fields. Brings Proctor on strike.
What will the sort of message be for the Leicestershire players? Well, haven't picked up the wickets we wanted, but there's a little bit there. Steady away, boys, might be better.
Yeah, I think so, as Rahan's in. It's slightly short, played out into the leg side. Matt Salisbury round quick enough to stop the single. Yeah, I think so. I think it's shown when the ball's put in the right area. It's offered enough, albeit quite inconsistently, but it has offered a little bit. So that will be the main aim for the middle session, I'm sure. Just string overs together and try and build some pressure as Rahan is in again. It's a similar ball, similar shot, and similar fielding to the last ball. Matt Salisbury taking it from back of a length here. Rahan Ahmed, he's going to want to just settle into a slightly fuller length than the last two balls, because Proctor looks very comfortable on the back foot there, tucking it into the leg side, as that is a good length ball. Proctor doesn't quite get out to it, but defends it nicely. Yeah, I think consistency and building dots will be the main aim for at least the first hour of the next session for Leicestershire. That looks to be a googly, which is slightly back of a length from Rahan. Not too happy with himself for that one, as defended again on the back foot by Proctor very easily. And Rahan in again. Last ball of the session. It's a good ball, and Proctor defends on the back foot, and that will be lunch.
Yep, very much Northamptonshire's morning then, here at the Uptonsteel County Ground at Grace Road. Just the one man to go, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was bowled by a lovely delivery from Tom Scriven. Full swung back in, a little bit held back as well, and knocked out his off stump. He'd made a very good 30. The score at that stage was 80 for 1, and his partner has batted through the morning. Emilio Gay goes in to lunch on 83 off 99 balls. He's with his skipper Luke Proctor, 6 off 35. Together they've already put on 48 for the second wicket. 128 for 1 Northamptonshire after 31 overs. We'll be back with you at the Uptonsteel County Ground in good time for the start of the second session. You'll just hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, and it's not looking like the wisest of choices at the moment, because Northamptonshire have just gone in for lunch on 128 for just 1 wicket. The man to go, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was bowled by Tom Scriven for 30. 80 the score at that stage. Emilio Gay has batted through the morning. He's 83 not out. And Northampton skipper Proctor is with him. He is 6 not out. There has been a little bit there for the Foxes bowlers, but not enough really to justify. It looks like it's not going to justify the captain Lewis Hill's decision, but you never know. Afternoon could be different. Lunchtime, Northamptonshire 128 for 1. Championship match between Leicestershire and Northamptonshire. You heard the umpires heading out to the middle, Jack Shantry and Ben Debenham, followed by the Leicestershire players and the two not out Northamptonshire batters, Emilio Gay, who batted through the morning, he's 83 not out, and Luke Proctor, the skipper, who came in when Ricardo Vasconcelos was bowled by Tom Scriven for 30. He is 6 not out, but 1, 2, 8 for 1 after being put into bat. I suspect Luke Proctor will have enjoyed his lunch in those circumstances. Andrew Radd of BBC Radio Northampton, Roman Walker, Leicestershire player, and is commentating with us for this game, and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators. Bright sunshine here at the Uptonsteel this afternoon, and it's certainly the most pleasant part of the day. If you get out of the wind, it's positively balmy, and Radders alongside me has shed for the very first time this season his fleece.
First time since Hove. The fleece has come off, having done 2 home matches back to back, with never having taken it off for a single over.
I've been cold in that stand in the hottest heat wave.
Well, you don't see any sun, but it sort of can be a bit of a two-way thing. But it has been perishing at Wantage Road. Right, to start the afternoon session, Ben Green from this pavilion end, round the wicket, bowls short and outside the off stump, cut away by Emilio Gay, but straight to backward point. And there's no run. Emilio Gay had a pretty good session this morning. The odd little flirt around off stump. Tom Scriven bowled an outstanding second spell from that far end. The Bennett end, just getting it to shape around. A little bit of swing. As Rob Keogh, Northamptonshire player, comes and joins us for a moment or two. Here's Green, running it away from us outside the off stump to Emilio Gay, who lets that go through outside the off stump. Afternoon, Rob.
Hello, Radders, how are you?
Well, I'm good. How are you? Because I obviously missed the last couple of games.
Yeah, getting there. Had a little back spasm not too long ago, so just trying to maintain that and get ready for probably the Gloucester game. So come up here, have a little bit of a bat and a bowl, and yeah, try and prepare. Next
ball from Ben Green is played up to mid-off by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. Yes, because the Northamptonshire actually to have a round off, don't they, after this match here at the Uptonsteel ground at Grace Road. Northamptonshire then have a bit of a break before reconvening against Gloucestershire at Wantage Road starting on May the 10th. So yeah, you've got a little better couple of weeks there to get yourself fully right. Here's Green running away from us, bowls again to Emilio Gay, pushes forward, may have been a little bit of inside edge on that as it loops up onto the onside. An appeal more out of excitement than expectation, I think, from Ben Green. Not out, says umpire Ben Debenham. Pretty satisfactory first session for Northamptonshire, Rob, I think, after being put into bat.
Yeah, definitely. Whenever you get put into bat, it's crucial to get that first hour out of the way. It's something that's spoke about a lot. Big first hours on day one.
Green in again, bowls to Emilio Gay, who's playing off the back foot out into the covers, and again there's no run. And George Scrimshaw getting his first opportunity, becoming Northamptonshire's 549th first class player. Was amazed, Rob, to see that he's actually this is only his 9th first class match, having played 48 T20s, which is perhaps gives you an indication of how the game's going.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I did hear he was getting it through at the home of cricket last week in the twos, so he's been working hard this winter. He's been great to have around, and yeah, I hope it goes well for him. Outside
the off stump is left alone, last ball of the over to Emilio Gay, and that's 128 for 1 with Emilio Gay on 83, Luke Proctor on 6. And for those just wondering about the home of cricket, this of course is Dunstable Town Cricket Club, where Northamptonshire Seconds were playing last week. The home of cricket then.
Yeah, the home of cricket, yeah. They got a good win as well,
Yep, Northamptonshire beating Glamorgan Seconds last week, so yeah, interesting to see how George Scrimshaw goes later on in the match. And we were talking about nicknames earlier, Rob, and I do like the Officer Crabtree one for George Scrimshaw. It's probably dates those of us that can remember Officer Crabtree from.
It's well over my head, that
from Hello, but it is the resemblance is uncanny if you go and Google it. Here's Scott Curry starting proceedings from the Bennett end after lunch, and that hits Luke Proctor high up on the thigh pad. He's aiming to play away on the onside. Drops down into the offside, runs down to backward point, and there's no run. Yes, he was the one who coined the phrase, good moaning.
Okay,
Must have
still
done-
above
No,
my head,
no,
that,
no, all
mate.
right, fair
but
enough.
He's a good character, he's Scrim. He's set up his own little coffee shop in the clubhouse where he's staying, so the lads go and milk him for a coffee most days.
Here's Curry in again, bowls to Proctor, and he's going to get at least one run here as he drops it down onto the onside. Goes just in front of square. Good sliding stop, just on the edge of the very large square here at Grace Road, but they're through for a couple, so Proctor goes to 8, and Northamptonshire to 130 for 1. First runs of the afternoon session. Still sunshine, but cloud around. Forecast is a little bit iffy, particularly Sunday, Rob. It looks as though we're going to be paddling our canoes to get to the ground, I think, on Sunday, as Curry's in again outside the off stump. Good carry, slaps into the gloves of Ben Scott, but left alone by Luke Proctor.
You better provide some entertainment for people on Sunday then, Rad, is it? They'll be bored in the dressing room. You have to get in there and host some games or something.
No, I think
keep them occupied.
the best I could do would be some extremely tedious quizzes, I think, which would bore everybody rigid, so I don't think that's probably a very good idea. Here's Curry round the wicket again to Proctor outside the off stump. Tighter leave this time, but safe enough as it goes through to Ben Cox. We're saying about the pitch here, Rob, and it looks rather familiar to those of us who watch most of our cricket at Wantage Road, in that I think it's one of those pitches where you need to make it count in the first session and a half, but maybe with the Duke's ball, we did notice, and Roman Walker was commenting on the fact that it did seem to swing a little bit once the little bit of the lacquer had gone off. We'll come back to that in a second as Curry is in. Bowls to Proctor again outside the off stump, left alone.
Yeah, it's always been, funnily enough, I was talking to someone about this in the dressing room actually. Whenever I've played 4-day cricket here, it is crucial that you try and get some breakthroughs with that new ball, because it can flatten out, especially when the sun's out like this, and there tends to be some high scores here. So 2 set batsmen is obviously very helpful for the batting side. We've got Mills in now on 80 odd, so he'll be looking to try and cash in and get a big score again.
Outside the off stump again, and left alone by Luke Proctor, who does not lack patience, I think it's fair to say. 8 not out of 41 balls, 130 for 1. Emilio Gay on 83. And I was looking, Rob, we were saying the last time Northamptonshire played Leicestershire in the Championships 5 years ago,
Okay.
2019, and when Northamptonshire won here in 2019, I see you got 132 in that game.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, mate, but yeah.
Well,
that also got mentioned to me actually on the way around to the ground, so it's quite nice to be reminded of those, and I'm pretty sure we got promoted that year.
Yes, that's right.
It all sort of happened after that with COVID and
Yeah.
different sort of leagues that we had going on, but
Here's Green starting a fresh over to Emilio Gay. It's a little bit close to him for the shot he was trying. He was trying to cut that away, and he just mistimes it, and it goes out into the covers where Rehan Ahmed fields, and there's no run.
yeah, so it is nice to come back to grounds knowing that you've done well out. I mean, we've always done okay here. I remember playing here a long time ago when Carl Kurtz got a double 100 and the pitch was greener than the outfield, and everyone thought it was going to be a 2-day game, and it was a 500 plays 500 draw.
Driven by Emilio Gay, well stopped by Rehan Ahmed again in the covers, but can't stop it cleanly, parries it away, and Emilio Gay is able to come through for a single. He goes to 84, and Northamptonshire to 131 for 1. Yeah, Northamptonshire have a decent record here. One here in 2017, 2015 and 2011. But Ben Sanderson and Luke Proctor, of course, played in that side in 2019 as well,
Yep.
and they're both out there. Word about Ben Sanderson, the world loves a stat. Come on to that in a second as Ben Green runs away and bowls to Proctor, who steers that away in the gap between third slip and gully. It's running down towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? Yes, it is. Bobbles up over the rope down by the main scoreboard. So Luke Proctor into double figures, 12 to him, and Northamptonshire to 135 for 1. Closing in on 500 wickets across all formats for Northamptonshire, which is a remarkable achievement.
Yeah, he's been impressive, hasn't he? the old dog, as I like to call him. He's just relentless, and his skills are fantastic. He's great to have around the group. He passes on all his knowledge on bowling to the younger guys coming up, and he's still performing himself, more importantly. So he's just been fantastic for the club over the years.
Green in again, bowls to Proctor, who's playing that once again out into the covers for Rehan to field, and there's no run.
He'll be enjoying today, that's for sure. He'll be telling those batters to dig in. Back for 2 days. When I walked in, actually, he was asleep on the physio bed, so he does enjoy long batting days. And you know, I think we've got Lewis batting at 8 this year, so we've got a long lineup, and he's still, well, Ben classes himself as an all-rounder.
Pivotal
sometimes.
all-rounder.
Yeah.
Green in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor. Yes, we were saying, actually, Roman made the point that he's doesn't live too far away from here, does he, Sando? So he came in the ground about the same time as I did this morning, about 10 to 9.
Yeah, he would have been out with a dog, I'm sure, this morning, and strolled in with a coffee, beat that journey down to Northampton that he normally has, but he's still going. That's probably why he's asleep, actually, trying to rest up.
That's Green in again, bowling to Proctor, who this time does have to play it, plays it defensively just up on the onside of the pitch, and that's the end of another Ben Green over. He's bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 26. It's 135 for 1, with Emilio Gay on 84 and Luke Proctor on 12. And as far as we were saying, Rob, in this division, we're talking at lunchtime about how tight potentially Division 2 is going to be, and you could make a case, I think, for pretty much any of the 8 sides in this division to stake a strong claim for a promotion place. Yeah,
definitely. Most teams seem to have got a lot stronger from when we were last in Division 2 especially. And
Curry, in starting a fresh over, an attempted cut by Gay, just stubs it into the ground and it bounces up into the slip cord.
I also think the game's changed in Division 2 as well. We used to play a lot of 2-3 day games where everyone was so desperate to go up that they were willing to lose, and there was the no toss rule where you turn up and it was bright green and the batters would just know that they're either like they get ready to bat, especially at home. We had majority of games would have been
driven away by Emilio Gay, and it's gone all along the ground, down through backward point for 4. Takes Emilio Gay up to 88, 139 for 1, and it proves the point again that if you give Emilio Gay any width, he's going to pounce on it. 139 for 1. Sorry, Rob.
Yeah, we were saying this. It definitely seems like it has changed. We played so many 2-3 day games last time we were there, trying to get back up ourselves, and you give the bowlers the best chance to take 20 wickets, and we were fortunate enough to have the likes of Sando, Glees, Rory, Azarilla. It's pretty impressive bowling.
And he's bowled him. Emilio Gay is out. A little bit of an inside edge, I think, onto the stumps. And Scott Curry has got the wicket that Leicestershire needed. Emilio Gay goes bowled by Curry for 88, and Northamptonshire are 139 for 2. And Emilio Gay, gazing to the heavens in frustration, missing out on 100. He's going to get a warm hand, I'm sure, as he comes back to the dressing room, but he's gone for 88. It's 139 for 2.
Yeah, he'll be really disappointed in that, actually. We've had a few conversations, actually, about going on to get big hundreds, and I was so pleased for him when he got the 260, because it's something he's always wanted to do, was go on, get big hundreds, get double hundreds, and let everyone know what he's about. And you know, he certainly would have been eyeing up a big score there, and just to drag one on, yeah, he'll be disappointed with that, but there'll be more of him, I'm sure.
Yep, 110 balls and 16 fours for Emilio Gay. Rob, thanks ever so much for coming up and seeing us. I'll get Richard Ray back in on the commentary seat, but pop up and see us again in the course of the next day or two if you've nothing better to do.
Well, and if you have me, mate, I'll
we will.
Sure.
Very good to get your insights. Thanks ever so much,
Cheers,
Rob.
Radis.
So that's Rob Keogh, not playing in this match, but Northamptonshire's beneficiary this year as well. And, yep, disappointment in the dressing room, I'm sure, at seeing Emilio Gay just miss out on 100, but Scott Curry was impressive again before lunch, plugged away and got his reward there. Little inside edge into the stumps. And Gay gone for 88, just the start to the afternoon session, Richard, that Leicestershire would have been hoping for.
I mean, it was an inside edge, but I was just saying, excuse me, to Roman in the back of the box there, Scott Curry's just sort of, for me, he's just pushing it through that little bit more quickly in this post-lunch session. And, you know, he did hurry Amelia Gay a couple of times, and he was just a fraction late on that one, hence the inside edge onto the stumps. So, just a small matter of Karen
now
to deal with now for Curry.
I'd
love to get him early.
Yeah, went past 7,000 first-class runs in his previous match, and his Curry bowling the first ball to him, and Karen lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Ben Cox in front of first slip.
303 runs this season in 4 innings at an average of 101, which puts him third in the Northamptonshire batting averages.
Yes, it's a bit silly at the moment, isn't it, really?
It is somewhat misleading, but hey.
Well, it's Ricardo Vasconcelos' average will have plummeted. It was 182 going into this match. That was his only innings. Here's Curry, and again bowls to Karen, and that's a beauty. That's bounced and left the batter, and that is an absolute jaffa to get second ball. And Scott Curry, again, as we saw Tom Scriven getting a little bit of help from that top end, more with the swing before lunch, but Curry just getting the odd one, as you say, Richard, pushing it through, and that flew. And I do wonder whether the point that Roman made this morning, whether the pitch might be a little bit too paced. I'm sure you'll have the opportunity to have a chat with Roman about that in a second. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Karen, but success for Scott Curry in that over. 7 overs, 1 for 26 for him, and Northamptonshire 139 for 2. Proctor on 12. Karen Nair still looking for his first run, having lost the wickets of Vasconcelos for 30 and Emilio Gay for 88. Wicket apiece for Tom Scriven and Scott Curry.
Yeah, we saw signs last week at Derby with Scott Curry that he was sort of starting to get into his bowling, so to speak, settling into spells and finding the consistency that's, I think he'd acknowledged and has acknowledged that has eluded him so far in his time at Leicestershire, and we're beginning to see it again this afternoon. Ben Green round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who strokes the defensive push out towards mid-on, straight delivery out to Marcus Harris. No run, good to hear from Rob Keogh, albeit briefly. Always good to have insight from both sides, dressing rooms. Northamptonshire obviously very pleased with their morning's work. In goes Green and bowls to Proctor, who covers up again, slightly on the walk, slightly on the move. He does so much that isn't technically perfect, so to speak, Luke Proctor, but it all works. It comes together, and
yes, there's a few moving parts there, aren't there? But
there's not many that are still, are there?
But they all seem somehow to mesh together.
But yeah, the cogs all were, and it clicks. In goes Green and bowls to him outside off stump, swings in, but a good leave.
Just looking at the scores elsewhere, Durham have made a bit of a recovery at Riverside, 148 for 3 against Essex.
Acker's get any runs?
Acker's is 35 not out.
Yeah.
Colin Ackerman, David Beddingham out for 52, and Ollie Robinson, of whom a certain amount of discussion about whether he might be in England possible. He's 34 not out there. Hampshire have also rallied a bit, 102 for 6 down at the Oval.
Green in, Fuller on, driven by Proctor beautifully for 4. Wasn't a half volley, but picked the line and it swung in a little bit, but punched away nicely by Proctor. Again, not a sort of coaching book on drive, but very solidly played. He moves on to 16, 143 for 2.
I say recovered because they were 64 for 6, Hampshire, so 103 for 6, Nick Gubbins and James Fuller in there at the moment.
Green is in, bowls to Proctor, too wide, outside off stump, and I go, although the shape back is back into the left-hander. He doesn't have to play and doesn't.
At Edgbaston, Nottinghamshire 134 for 1, Hasib Hamid going early on, but Ben Duckett 85 not out off 95 balls. Ben Slater on 41, so Knott's going along nicely.
Green is in and bowls on off stump, draws Proctor in two, a slightly uncertain forward push, gets plenty of bat on it, outside part of the bat it runs along the ground towards backward point, and that's the end of Ben Green's 9th over of the innings. None for 30, his figures, so still looking for that first wicket in Leicestershire colours. Ben Green, Karen Nair and Luke Proctor have a chat mid-pitch.
I shall do one more over and then make way for Roman to come in and join Richard. At Kidderminster, Somerset 100 for 2 against Worcestershire.
You covered a game at Kidderminster. Not a ground I've been to.
I've been to the ground, I've watched cricket there, but I haven't commentated there. Here's Curry, success in his last over, and gets the edge, finds the edge of Karen Nair's bat at once. To be fair, it went well wide of third slip and went pretty much down, I think. Yeah, went well wide of the slip cordon, but it runs away for 4, so Karen Nair is off the mark with a boundary, and Northamptonshire to 147 for 2. Yeah, Chester Road, Kidderminster, the railway line nearby, which always means if the cricket gets boring, you can watch the trains. Tom Lammonby is 34
like
not
Horsham.
out there. Like Horsham.
I've seen
or
trains go past.
Or indeed Cape Town at Newlands. Sit at the
that,
back.
Another ground I haven't been to.
Sit at the back of the railway stand if the cricket's not very exciting. Here's Curry in, bowls to Karun, who just plays it square of the wicket on the offside. Fielded by Tom Scriven, and there's no run. At Bristol, Middlesex 119 for 4 against Gloucestershire. People getting in and getting out there. Ryan Higgins is still there on 29. And at Headingley, Yorkshire 144 for 2 against Derbyshire. Adam Lyth 63 not out. Shan Masood just out for 40. Here's Curry running in, bowls to Nair, and again finds the outside edge. And again it's going to run down the boundary wide of third slip, and it's 4 more runs. Brings up the 150 for Northamptonshire. So 2 boundaries in the over for Scott Curry, who wears the expression of a man who wonders why life is so unfair. He looks at the scoreboard and sees Karen Nair 8 not out, 151 for 2, and yet he's found the edge of the bat twice.
Yes.
And this is a really impressive post-lunch spell from Scott Curry. He's certainly bending his back. He's had one reward, the wicket of Emilio Gay, but as Richard said, Leicestershire would dearly love to see the back of Karen Nair early on. Curry is in, bowls to him. This time Karen Nair drives nicely away through backward point. It's running out towards the meet. The boundary, is it quite going to get there? It's a little teaser. And the man up there on the boundary, it's Tom Scriven, who had the long chase, just reels it in inside the rope, and they come back for 3. So that's 11 to Karen. And that's the end of the over. It's 154 for 2. Karen Nair is 11. Luke Proctor is 16. And we still have, what, 1 ball left in the over? 2 balls left in the over. So I can't count to 6. Unlike Ricardo Vasconcelos earlier in the day, who was very good at counting to 6. Here's Curry. Around the wicket to bowl to Proctor. And Proctor's pushing forward. I think off a little bit of inside edge and pad out into the offside. Rehan Ahmed fields. And there's no run. So as I was saying to Rob Keogh, Richard, I think looking at the Division 2 sides, and you could, we were saying, you can make a case for any 2 of the 8 sides to make a case for, make a challenge rather for promotion at the end of the season. It's going to be a very tight division, a very interesting one. Here's Curry, bowls to Proctor, drives out into the offside. Hard into the ground, and there's no run. End of the over, 16 to Proctor, 11 to Karen Nair. Northamptonshire 154 for 2. And while you ponder that and other mysteries of life, I shall make way for Roman Walker.
That was a really good over from Scott Curry, and yet you look up at the scoreboard and Karen Nair's 11 off 7. 2 boundaries off the outside edge, albeit played with soft hands. Not the semblance of a chance, but Curry giving the batsman plenty to think about at the moment, and he's impressed me post lunch, Roman. Scott Curry.
Yeah, he's certainly come out, and as you said, he's bending his back a slight bit more than his first spell, just trying to get the ball through a bit more, and he certainly seems to have forced a couple of shots out of people and obviously forced the wicket.
So Ben Green has a right-hander at whom to bowl for the first time, and he bowls an outswinger, but he starts it wide, it goes wider, and Karen has nothing to do with it, lets it go through. Both batsmen in long sleeve sweaters give you an indication of the lack of warmth out there as the sun goes behind cloud. 3 slips for Nair, notwithstanding his form and reputation. They want him early, Leicester, and goes Green, bowls a bit closer to the stumps this time, and again there's just a suggestion of away swing to the right-hander, but allowed to go through by Karun. We should apparently refer to him as Karun, so rather than Nair. So we will try to remember to do that. Green is in, bowls to him, straight on off stump, played off stump with a slightly angled bat down into the ground towards backward point. 32 now. Karen, the teams he's played for take up half a page, as so many do these days, don't they? 6 tests, 374 runs, with 303 of those runs coming in one innings. Green is in, bowls to him very full, and it's there to be driven. It is driven, but he doesn't put his weight into the shot, steers it out in the offside, and it goes more or less straight to Rahan Ahmed. Makes the stop, the second attempt.
I've got a little quiz question for you, Rich.
Oh, go on then.
So, Karen on his Test debut actually got that triple century. Only 2 other people have done that with their maiden Test century.
Green bowls straight on off stump. Karen just leans forward, blocks it out to backward point.
So
2 other players have got have made a triple 100 in their maiden Test innings.
In their maiden Test 100. Their maiden Test 100. There's a B somewhere.
It sounded like.
Do you know what? It's actually, I can see it. It's on the microphone right now.
Is it sitting on the effects mic? Bless it. Well, okay, that's fine. Probably thinks it's a large yellow flower. Green is in 2 Karen bowls, again straight on off stump, doesn't really swing, and he can block it on the back foot out into the offside. So 2 other Test debutants made a triple century.
Yeah, I think it's only 3 people in the history of Test cricket have turned their maiden century into a triple century.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it wasn't necessarily their very first Test innings, but their first century was
turned into a triple. There's Karen and 2 others. One of them quite obscure.
Right.
Give you a little time to think on that one.
Going to need it while you commentate on this over from Scott Curry.
Do you know what? If anybody's listening and knows the answers, let us know.
Yes, absolutely.
That's Curry's continuing round the wicket, still bending his back slightly short. Proctor flicks that away off his hip down to fine leg where Matt Salisbury fields. Yeah, I found that out yesterday, just looking through some stats and reading a couple of things. It may even be on there.
No. That's just about Karen. Unless Sehwag's triple century was his first century.
I don't think so.
I think so. Probably had a few before then.
Absolutely. But how amazing that he's only played 6 tests and he's got a Test triple century. His Curry is in too. The man of question, he leaves it on length and it's gone over the top of the stumps. Now, good leave or misjudged, it's not out either way. But that is so close to the stumps, just over the top of off stump. And Curry almost looking angry on his walk back to his mark there. I'm sure inside he's very happy with what he's just seen. But wow, that was close.
It really was.
Curry looks to build on that last ball there. It's Fuller this time, and diving stop at cover from Rahan. Dot ball.
I'm amazed at Not amazed, but I'm interested that you say he's a joker in the dressing room, Scott Curry. I imagine it's fairly dry, is it? His sense of humour.
Excuse me, Richard. Sorry, just needed to clear my throat there. As Scott Curry does continue. Oh, it's a swinging ball, but it's caught the inside half. Karen just doesn't look too settled against Curry here. With an extra yard of pace compared to his first spell this morning, he really is forcing some really good balls upon these batsmen. Yeah, no, he's a great joker. He's very knowledgeable.
So he'd know the triple century thing, would he?
Potentially, yeah.
Probably.
He'd be a good man to ask, I'm sure. As he comes in, and it's short again, but it carries through. We can just see in the carry of the ball. And now the pitch is 40 overs old, the ball is 40 overs old, but the ball is carrying through shoulder height to Ben Cox here, down the hill as well, which usually doesn't lend itself to good carry. So Scott Curry really is bending his back here, and he's bowling with a bit of pace.
At Foxcoms24, if you know the answer, tweet us and Roman will confirm or otherwise.
Curry in for the last ball of the over now. And it's a short ball left alone, slightly wider than he will have wanted, but goes through for a dot nonetheless. A very, very good over again there from Curry. 155 for 2 now, Northants.
It's been a super spell so far from Scott Curry.
I think despite the averages on, the seasonal averages for our bowlers, we've bowled very, very well as a unit. We've looked very comfortable and very controlled at times, and I think Derby was a really good example of how well our bowlers are bowling together and how well everybody is bowling individually, I think, and how much we've come along even just over one winter there.
Ben Green continues from the pavilion end round the wicket to Luke Proctor, who has a lot of time as he just reaches forward, stretches forward, implies a bigger stride than he actually took, but everything was solidly close together on off stump as he played it back down the wicket to the Somerset all-rounder. Looks at the ball, gets on with it. One of the things I like about him is he cracks on, in he goes, bowls a little bit shorter this time, again on the off stump, and no real movement for him. Proctor is on the back foot defending out into the offside. Han Ahmed gets to the ball before Rishi Patel. Curry at third slip goes for a little walk. Is he going out to gully? Or just claps his hands together. He's staying at gully. That's him, you can hear clapping in the effects mic as Green turns in, bowls. Oh, thick outside edge as he tried to work that one away into the leg side, and there would have been a loud shout for leg before had it not caught the outside edge and squirted out towards Rishi Patel at backward point. 155 for 2, lunch 128 for 1. To go Emilio Gay, bowled by Scott Curry, off his inside edge for 88, having added 5 to his lunchtime score. Green is in again, Proctor shuffling across and playing across the line, but getting plenty on that one, working it, but only as far as Scriven at mid-wicket.
Looks to just be coming out of his shell a little bit now, Proctor. Looking for a few more scoring shots, as we've seen the last 2 balls there. Shots played with a bit more conviction, whereas previously will have just been dead batted and blocked. Maybe look for a single.
17 off 58 for him as Green is in, bowls Fuller to him, and he's looking to drive, but he didn't again really put his full weight into the shot. He wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, got on top of the bounce, steered it out just slightly wide of Lewis Hill, but it was going quite quickly. Hill got across to his right to make the stop. 155 for 2 remains the score. Just feel this is quite an important little period. If Leicestershire can pick up 1 or 2 more quickish wickets, they'll feel they're very much back in the game. Bowls on towards middle and leg this time and turns Green in disappointment at himself as it's pushed just past square leg by Proctor. He's going to pick up a single and does as Scriven gets to the ball quickly. But a pretty good over. Kept it tight. Ben Green, and with Curry bowling nicely at the other end, suddenly we have one of those sort of partnerships we were talking about pre-lunch. They've got a little bit of control back on the scoreboard, Leicestershire, although the run rate is still close to 4s.
Yeah, no, but you bang on, Richard, with this being such an important period now for Leicester, with the breakthrough come through and Curry bowling such a good spell so far, and he's still in it, obviously, as he gets ready to bowl now to Proctor around the wicket. In. Full outside off as Proctor just drops his hands on it. That's going to run away for 4. It was full, almost Yorker length outside off, and Proctor's just got enough bat on it and poked it out through backward point for 4. But yeah, such an important period. Like with Curry, like we say, bit of extra pace on the ball this spell, and the ball just starting to move around. I feel, well, do you know what? I feel like I've said that the last couple of hours, where the ball looks like it's starting to move around, and then every now and then there's just a couple of over period where it goes to the boundary and it doesn't seem to do as much. But Curry certainly has got it decking about after lunch.
Nicely played there by Proctor, that wasn't it?
Yes.
Without, he knew the third man wasn't there.
Yeah. As Curry's in again. It's straighter this time, still full, flicked off his legs by Proctor. Only a single down to fine leg. And Curry gets his man on strike. He's certainly going to be looking to break this partnership now and get a bang-bang, as we call it in cricket. A couple of wickets very quickly, and look to crack open this Northants batting lineup. And I think the earlier we can get a couple of wickets now, it really does make it interesting. But you always say add 2 wickets onto the score and see where the batting team are at, you know. And 160 for 4, it looks a different game, doesn't it? Curry in again, looking for that wicket, and it's a good ball again. Catches the inside half of the bat from Karen. It goes out to square leg, but Salisbury again quick off the boundary there to stop the second run. Only a single. So Ben Debenham there getting some yards in with a left-hand right-hand combination, square leg to square leg. I wonder how long it'll be before he just picks one side and stays there.
I remember one of the umpires at school, one of the teachers used to have one of those sort of shooting sticks, which with a sort of folded out seat.
Yes, I remember them. Curry round the wicket again to Proctor, left outside off, good carry.
In fairness, he used to use it at both square leg and when he was standing behind a wicket as well. You haven't been able to use it on many of these grounds. Of late, it'd have sunk. I think the stick would have sunk straight in.
Be sitting on the floor.
And it is still fairly soft, the outfield here. It looks super, because obviously they've to a certain extent had to let the grass grow. But
yes, Curry in, and it's a similar ball to the first ball of the over. It's wide and really full outside off. Proctor gets it in front of square this time, but still the same amount of runs. That's 4, and Curry just getting it wrong on a couple of occasions this over.
There'll be Leicestershire fans saying that's my fault for saying how well he was bowling. But whether it's a funny thing, isn't it, when you do try that to push it through that little bit, sometimes you just lose occasionally a fraction of control.
Yeah. Well, there's something called what a lot of coaches call optimum pace, which is the fastest you can bowl with control and consistency. And for some people it'll be 75, for others it'll be 90. You know, and when you do try and push it through over your optimum pace, in quotations, Curry in again round the wicket. It's a bouncer and well dodged by Luke Proctor. Goes through to Curry shoulder height. Goes through to Cox, sorry, shoulder height, and that is over. Yeah, the optimum pace sort of thing is massive, and you'll find with the slower bowlers, that's where early in their career they've maybe swallowed their ego, I suppose, of being a fast bowler, and just said, right, this is how fast I can bowl with the ultimate control and able to use skills. And like I say, when you try and go over that sort of threshold, you can get a little bit more inconsistent. But also, as we've seen with Curry there, he's picked up a wicket and forced the hand of a couple of Northants batsmen to really dig in and focus whilst facing him.
Green continues his spell from the pavilion end. Bowls full, out swinger, but it's too full, and it's almost a half volley. Now makes it into a half volley, leans forward and just strokes it away through .44. Moves on to 16 off 20. Shall we say ominously as far as Leicester are concerned, promisingly as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. 170 for 2. Keeping the field up, Lewis Hill. Only Matt Salisbury out on the boundary at the moment. He's down a long leg. Everybody else saving one or in the slips. In goes Green, bowls straight, but Karen equal to it, just half a stride. No big exaggerated movements. Back very close to the front pad as he blocks that one out to Lewis Hill at mid-on.
Very simple, very conventional, isn't he?
Yeah.
Textbook.
He has time.
Yeah.
All the top batsmen always seem to have time. That extra little fraction of a second. Green is in to him. Again, it's straight. Again, it's played with a slightly angled bat, just outside off stump, not quite straight. And through the vacant gully area it runs down towards the Manrishi Patel. Sunglasses still on, despite there being no sun at the moment. Slides, picks up, gets his throw away. Karen picks up a couple, moves on to 18, 172 for 2. And the run rate picks up again. It had dropped a little bit after the dismissal of Emilio Gay, understandably perhaps, although Karen has scored quickly from the start. Green in again, bowls down the leg side into the pad. There's a half appeal, it's going to be leg byes, half appeal from Lewis Hill and from Scriven at mid-wicket, but nothing at all from Ben Green. It was going well down the leg side, or indeed from behind the stumps. Ben Debenham turns and raises a right knee. 2 more to the Northamptonshire score, 174 for 2. Partnership already 35 between those two, because Proctor started, as Roman said, to pick up his own scoring rate, 27 off 65 for him. And Karen has sort of hit his straps from the start in terms of his run rate. Green in, bowls. Oh, lovely outswinger, proper outswinger that started on off and just swung away and drew near forward and beat the outside edge. That was, as I've said before, it just reminds me of Botham in his run-up, and that was a sort of Botham-esque delivery at his best.
It was just too good, that one. Just too good.
A few more of those. Hill will be saying, I'm sure, or thinking, as Green turns, is in, bowls, and that one was a similar delivery, and it drew Karen forward. He played it well, loose with soft hands down into the ground angle bat. But again, just moments of hope for the Leicestershire bowlers. 174 for 2. And because there are moments of hope, Northamptonshire will be sort of even more delighted with the score that they've made so far, I suspect, because the likes of Sanderson will be thinking, yeah, there's something there when we come to bowl.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. They'll not be deterred by the pitch at all, the Northant seamers. So just having a look, I think I've seen Marcus Harris going off and Buddinger coming back on. I think he settled himself into mid-wicket here for Proctor. It's a change of bowling as well. Curry, after a fantastic spell, unfortunately getting edged a couple of times down to the boundary, and a couple of stray balls has not helped the economy rate for his spell. And it really doesn't tell the story of how well he bowled there after lunch. Matt Salisbury to replace him. Running down the hill again, he bowled his first spell down the hill, his second spell up the hill. 2 spells of 4 so far for Salisbury, 0 for 32. So Proctor just waiting. And now sets up to face Matthew Salisbury round the wicket. And it's a good start from Salisbury, it's a good length. Proctor coming forward, almost walking on the shot. A very comfortable shot there. And as we've seen before lunch, Matt Salisbury coming round the wicket, he looked to shake the ball away from the right-handers, from the left-handers, sorry. Which is, I find, such an amazing skill. I wouldn't know where to begin trying to start that. I'm not sure my action lends myself to do that, whereas Matt Salisbury certainly does, as he is slightly open, slightly more front on, which means he can get his wrist around it, which is what he's going to try and do now, which he drops it slightly short, certainly looking to swing it away there. It's a slight drag down and it's tucked into square leg by Proctor for 2 runs. There's some great conversations over the winter with Soles.
He does have an interesting wrist action in his action full stop, not just when he's trying to bowl to left-handers. I think it is slightly different, isn't it, to many.
Yeah, what's great about him is these conversations we had over the winter is sometimes he would say, oh, I really want to develop, you know, an away swinger to the right-handers, and there's no point for him because he so naturally takes it into the right-handers and then holds it off the pitch sometimes, as he's in again, back of a length, defended into Budinger at mid-wicket. He can so naturally hold the ball on the line off the seam, even though it's swinging into the right-hander, and I think that is such a valuable thing to have. That if you can look like you're bringing it into the right-hander, and it just seems away from him, or even just holds line, that's so difficult to play. So difficult to play. Salisbury again, fuller this time, driven out to mid-off, dot ball.
Essex boy, Matt Salisbury. You kind of don't associate him with Essex, really, having spent all that time up at Durham and now here at Leicester.
I think he also played for Hampshire at one point, maybe. I think he was certainly down there on maybe a trial or loan or something along them lines before going up to Durham and making his name up there. As he comes in, it's a full ball. It's not too dissimilar to the previous ball, and it's inside edged. And I just thought it may have gone onto the stumps, but it goes out to square leg, maybe off the back pad of Proctor there, from the inside edge. And a half-hearted shy at the stumps from Budinger at mid-wicket as they scampered through for a single. Some good running there from Karen there.
He's just turned 31, Matt, and this is only his 51st first-class game, so partly down to injuries. He's had a few longish-term ones.
Yeah, I think skill set he is certainly up there in Division 2 for me. As he's in again, it's a good length, and like we were saying, the angle back into the right-hander there, it goes past sort of fourth and a half stump, left alone by Karen there. It's a dot ball to finish. But yeah, I think from seeing Soles the last couple of years now, the consistency he can have and the skills that he's owned basically, and it's so nice to watch bowl sometimes. He especially when the ball is moving about and the pitch is nipping, he's very similar to a sort of Sam Cook. It doesn't swing the ball a great amount, but somehow consistently gets it to go off the pitch.
Well, Ben Green's post-lunch spell has come to an end. 12 overs, none for 37. His figures at the moment. And Tom Scriven, who bowled a really good second spell this morning, is going to have a go up the slope here at the Uptonsteel County Ground from the pavilion end to the left-hand Proctor. He's going to go around the wicket, bowls outside off stump. A little bit of suggestion of shape back in, but no more than that. Proctor has nothing to do with it. Has he had a bit of a haircut, Tom? He looks fairly well shorn at the sides.
Yeah, I think he has. I think they've forgotten to cut the back of his head, though. I think there is.
There's only 2 mullets beginning to float around the county scene, aren't there?
Certainly a fair bit of thickness down the back there. He does love his haircuts, does Tom? And I don't want to say too much, but he does look good with it.
In he goes, bowls. That one swings in. That's a decent shout for leg before. Immediately, though, Ben Debenham's head tilted to one side. Now, whether it just hit him outside the line because he shuffles across, yeah, it did, I think. I think that's probably what saved him. Might well have gone on to hit the stumps. It was swinging in, but he moved across there, Luke Proctor.
I think you could see all 3 stumps after the shot there, even.
It was outside the line.
It gets across so far.
Let's have another look at the replay. You could in the end, but when it hit him, I could just about see leg stump. In goes Scriven, bowls on off stump, and Proctor is forward. Right, now gentlemen, there's a a message on the stream about the pronunciation of it should be apparently, says an Indian listener, Nair, N-I-R-E, rather than Nair, N-A-I-R. But there's one or two. Well, we'll take your word for it. Nair then.
Learning every day. Learning every day.
Maybe we should stick to Karen.
Yeah, maybe.
If that's permissible. Scriven is in and bowls. Proctor's driving a little loosely at that one, a little bit unsettled in this over, and thick outside edge along the ground towards backward point, and there's no run.
You know, I mean, you can't blame us with name pronunciations. I mean, we still struggle with Solbud, didn't you?
But Sol doesn't mind, does he?
No, absolutely not.
Call me what you want.
Yeah.
He's quite happy to be talked about, essentially, as long as you're talking about him. In a good way, of course.
Absolutely. A good man.
Kicking up his heels, Scriven runs away from us and bowls. Again, a little bit of shape back into the left-hander, Proctor. On the move, as ever, Luke Proctor. Rehearses and rehearses a straight defensive push. Rather shovel that one out into the offside. Out to Rehan Ahmed. I did ask Rehan when he first came into the side last year how pronunciation he prefers. He said his mum prefers Rehan, so he didn't mind, but his mum, and I think that's always a good way.
That's what we stick to.
Yeah, absolutely. In goes Scriven, bowls again in swing from round the wicket. Played a little more certainly this time by Proctor, again on the walk, but firmly, albeit slightly defensively, out to mid-on. Good over, as ever, from Tom Scriven. 10 overs, I think, was that a maiden? 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 42. He has a word with Scott Curry. We'll have to get Dane into his nickname somewhere. Ollie Mortensen, of course, was known as the Dane, wasn't he? Well, he was Danish. The Great Dane.
The Great Dane.
He was known. Well, that's something in that, maybe, to introduce into the dressing room. The Great Dane.
Is he tall enough, Tom? Is he tall enough? I know he's probably in and around 6 foot, 6'1", but Great Danes are massive.
They are big creatures.
Salisbury to continue. Karen on strike, forward, defends into the offside. Good line, a good length there from Salisbury. 177 for 2 Northant. Salisbury figures are reading 0 for 35, 9.1, 1 maiden. The sun's just hiding from us over the last 20 minutes.
It's a great picture of Tom. He looks about 10, doesn't he? In that.
Just looking at the Wisdom cricket book there. And that's full. It's been edged and it's spilled by Cox but taken by Kimber. Some great teamwork there in the slips. Salisbury a full ball slightly outside off, and Karen a full-fledged drive.
He did not think he hit it.
He really does not look happy. But the fielders straight away, as soon as it hit Cox's gloves, even though it didn't go in clean, they were already celebrating. So
the catcher is Kimber after Cox knocked it up, but Karen Nair does not think he hit that. Let's have a look-see at the slow motion replay. Well, that's the wrong ball.
He's definitely hit that one.
He definitely got that one. That was the ball before, chaps. He'd have been very, very annoyed. Yeah, well, we'll get a replay on that one, but he didn't think he'd hit it. But Jack Shantry, who is a not-outer by sort of reputation really already, finger up absolutely straight away. Let's see if this is the one. There's the drive. It certainly swung away. It was knocked up by Cox. All the slips went up absolutely straight away, and Cox, I suggest he probably knocked that up partly because he was sort of semi-celebrating.
Yeah. And it carried through from a full length there. It really did carry through heavily, which again lends itself to a nick, really. The way that Karen went at that, he really did try and drive that ball very, very hard through the covers and just missed out. And from my perspective, I would say that was an edge, but he didn't look happy. As that brings in ex-Somerset middle order batsman George Bartlett, who the last few overs maybe just a doubt in his mind that the ball is starting to go about, in Leicestershire bowling in partnerships very well here after lunch. as we said, Curry and Green starting us off after lunch bowled very well together. Salisbury followed Curry and has now got the breakthrough again there. So we're just looking at the replay again, super slow-mo, and it does look to take a deviation.
And Curry was almost running in before it was.
Yes, yeah.
It had reached Cox. So
Almost celebrating before it hit Cox's gloves.
indeed.
Bartlett faces up for his first ball from Salisbury, and it's right on the money. He's got right across the stumps there, but first ball clips out into the leg side, hasn't got all of it. They come back for 2. They think about a third, which they will do. They come back for 3.
He did take his life in his hands there, first ball,
Really
didn't he?
yeah.
It was
And
straight
that
in
was
on middle.
That was middle of middle if he did miss it. And Salisbury really making stuff happen here. The energy in the field looks as though it's up, as it always has been for Leicestershire so far this season. The energy in the camp and the feeling around the place is brilliant. And yeah, just a little bit more noise there now out on the field as Salisbury comes in for his 4th ball of the over to Proctor now round the wicket. It's probably a middle and leg line there, just poked out into mid-wicket. Fullish ball. But apart from Karen, every Northants batsman has got right across his stumps. And although we've only seen 1 ball from Bartlett there, he really did get right across.
The run rate's still good. It's 52 for 2 off 12 post, or 12 and a half post lunch.
Salisbury in again, slightly further outside off stump, and well, it was almost like a half defence, timed very well. 1 bounce into Point's hands, dot ball. Proctor now looking to consolidate again, maybe get his partner in, and once that happens, maybe we will see a bit more of a flamboyant Proctor again. But my guess would be that he goes back into his shell now to get Bartlett in and build another partnership here. Salisbury in, and that's flicked off his legs down to Ben Green. A slight misfield, but nothing costly. And that's just a single off the last ball of the over. Well, a breakthrough from Salisbury there, and as we were saying earlier, Leicester are going to be looking for a bang-bang, a couple of wickets quite quickly. And Tom Scriven is the man to do that from this end.
Yeah, as Andrew was saying, he's just struggled a little bit, George Bartlett. 3 innings and 42 runs in total, so just searching for a big knock.
Absolutely capable though.
Absolutely indeed.
Very talented boy.
Tom Scriven is going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. Bowls outside off stump, it's full and is driven away by Luke Proctor. Rehan Ahmed dived across, couldn't get there at cover, and it runs across the ropes at deep extra in front of the meet for 4. So Scriven, who really hit a good line and length going around the wicket, decided to try and push one across Proctor from over the wicket. Rather served one up, didn't move at all. Proctor stroked it away for 4.
Yeah, he's certainly not going to leave them alone, no matter what situation you're in. He's going to be tucking into them.
Bit more responsibility on the skipper now with the dismissal of Karen Nair. In goes Scriven and bowls in swing a little bit. Seen early by Luke Proctor, and again he walks into a firm push out into the onside. Very straight and reasonably comfortable stop for Marcus Harris to move across to his right. Great double century for Harris after being dropped a couple of times before he'd reached 20 last week at Derby. Hands in pockets at mid-on. The Australian watches as Scriven is in past umpire Debenham and bowls outside off stump. As I say, just a suggestion of shape back in, but not sufficiently close to persuade Proctor of the need to play a shot. Lets it go through to the sun hat-clad Ben Cox behind the stumps. Cox in knocking that up. I don't know how he'll feel about that. I think he was sort of semi-celebrating, as I say, as he'll be very happy to have seen Louis Kimber grab it, but I think Cox would have grabbed it at the second attempt anyway.
Yes,
Knocked it up, didn't he?
Well, I think it just rushed him, how quickly it went through from such a full length there. I'm not sure he was expecting it to come through shoulder height.
Scriven is in, bowls down the leg side, helped on its way nicely by Luke Proctor to the fine leg boundary for 4. A little bit of shape was there, but it started sort of leg and middle, swung just down towards leg and outside leg, and Proctor, not a tall man, played it really nicely, just helped it on its way down to fine leg for another 4 in the over, so he has picked it up, moved on to 39 now. Scriven coming over to the left hand, it just seems to have thrown him slightly in terms of consistency. See what you mean about that hair business at the back. In goes. Scriven bowls outside off stump and far too wide. There is something of a sort of flat beaver tail about it, isn't there really? It doesn't, yeah. I've seen a few of the guys have around the circuit sporting those at the moment. And I'm not convinced.
It's one of them though, isn't it? The more you see it, the less you sort of notice it.
Yeah, I guess.
And Josh Hull's a great example. He's got this big floppy mullet, and you know, it doesn't even cross my mind anymore when I see him.
Scriven is in, bowls onto middle and worked by Proctor. Again on the move, always on the move out towards mid-wicket where Patel is the fielder. End of the over. Northampton 189 now for 3. George Bartlett has 3. Luke Proctor has 39. 46 overs have been bowled, and Roman will be joined again shortly by Andrew Radd.
Well, as we have a little change in the commentary box, the game is still moving forward now as Matt Salisbury prepares to bowl another over. 189 for 3, Northants have moved on to. 46 overs gone, run rate currently 4.1. It's been a good bit of cricket after lunch, Andrew.
It has, and here's Salisbury starting a fresh over to George Bartlett, who drives straight past the bowler. He's going to get a single as it goes up towards the Bennett end. I think bowler just managed to get a hand on that and take a bit of the way off it, but it's a single to Bartlett. He goes to 4 in Northamptonshire to 190 for 3. My theory about the Tom Scriven hair, I think it's something to do with the fact that he still had his Viking helmet on when he was sitting in the barber's chair. I think it's got to be something to do with that. Hello, Mr. Bloodaxe, are you all right? Where are you going for your holidays this year? 190 for 3. Brings Luke Proctor back onto strike. 3 slips in place. Kimber at first, where he held that rebounded catch to dismiss Karen there. And that ball finds Proctor pushing out into the covers. Rehan Ahmed fields, and there's no run. I've had a look at that, Roman, 4, 5, 6 times, and I don't know whether he hit it or not. It's without the aid of the wonderful Snicko, it's very hard to tell. It was full. There was a deviation, absolutely. They went up straight away. Umpire gave it, so it's end of story. But
for me, it was that sort of the deviation that was there, and well, the celebrations happened before the ball had even hit the keeper.
Round the wicket comes Salisbury and bowls to Proctor, who's playing defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Doubtless, when I have a chat with somebody from the Northamptonshire camp later, we may hear a different take on that.
Absolutely. I mean, anyway, we won't know until that point, really, will we?
No. But anyway, he's out. That's all that matters. 190 for 3 it is. Northamptonshire having lost Vasconcelos for 30 before lunch. Since lunch, Emilio Gay for 88. Karen there for 18. Here is Proctor on strike to Salisbury. Ball just bounced a little bit more than Proctor thought. He got on top of the bounce, ran it down to third slip, where it's fielded by the tall figure of Scott Curry, who bowled again a cracking spell after lunch to dispose of Emilio Gay and caused plenty of problems for Karen there as well. Yeah, it's interesting you say about George Bartlett, Roman, about the talent. I don't think that goes without saying that, but he has had a slightly sort of sticky start with his new county. I suppose it's always a bit difficult. You want to trying very hard. You want to make a name for yourself. You want to establish yourself. Here's Salisbury, and again bowls to Proctor. Very full, good Yorker, dug out by Proctor. And he's going to get a single as it goes out towards mid-wicket. And Tom Scriven half stops it. And they come through for one, takes Proctor to 40, 191 for 3. Yeah, George Bartlett made 27 and 12 down at Hove. Got a clonk on the head fielding at short leg. Missed the second game, then came back against Glamorgan, and in a total of 605 for 6, contributed 3 off 16 balls.
Someone's got to get a low score in them innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Salisbury, and again, and that's driven sweetly by Bartlett out away through extra cover. He's going to get a couple, in fact he's going to get 4. It goes all the way out to the boundary. The rope's just pulled in a little bit in front of the main scoreboard where the covers are, and that's, I'm sure that'll make him feel a little bit happier about life. 8 to Bartlett, 40 to Proctor, and at the end of the over, Northamptonshire 195 for 3.
Well, I think going back to what you were saying about Bartlett with you know, trying to impress the new county, etc., I think it's something he's been through already with Somerset. I think his chance really came at Somerset when James Hildreth retired and moved on from the game, and Bartlett was the man to replace him in that lineup. And as far as I know, his first couple of seasons were very, very good. He cemented his place in that lineup, and to do that at Somerset, which is a notoriously strong batting lineup and has been for years and years now, you have to be some player. And maybe he's not done as well as he wanted to the last couple of years, but he's certainly got it in him as Tom Scriven continues around the wickets down the leg side.
That is, and I also enjoyed what you were saying about Josh Hull's slightly idiosyncratic hairstyle, individual,
unique.
Yes,
he loves it, you know, absolutely loves it.
Well, I don't think that was I don't think it was one he received in Oundle, but the family home.
Do you know what? I think his mum cuts it for him.
Well, I do my own, so it's I can't really talk.
Good job.
Well, number 2 all over.
Scriven in again round the wicket to Proctor. Outside off, but the ball just looked to straighten a little bit, left alone.
Well, I think I had a quick word with Josh this morning. I think his mum Antonia was coming up this afternoon to have a quick look. Obviously, I think probably aware that Josh wasn't going to be playing, but I know Dad Tony, I think, is busy on the farm, but Antonia did say she was going to pop up at some point.
She comes down a lot. I hope she's wearing her lucky green trousers.
Oh yes, that's right, yes.
'Cause she's got a knack of bringing some luck for us. She was there in the obviously in the final of the One Day Cup, with Josh bowling the final over in that. As Tom Scriven comes in again, it's full and defended straight back to him.
Yes, I was. It was rather nice because I was actually at Oundle Town that afternoon, scoring for one of the teams, and to see all the Oundle players that obviously Josh had played with all round somebody's iPad watching the last few balls of the final. It was quite a special moment for
a lovely memory, that,
for the club, and obviously for Leicestershire, and all connected with Josh.
Scriven continuing round the wicket again. It's slightly shorter, slightly straighter, flicked down to fine leg by Proctor. Yeah, he did so well last season, Josh. Impressed everybody who came across him. I think he learnt so much, and it was his first full season really of playing multi-day cricket. I don't think he'd done a great deal of that during the academy or any sort of second team games. He was pretty much just thrust upon the first team with a lot of potential and obviously raw pace, which you don't find everywhere, and being left arm as well gives you an extra angle as a bowling attack, which is really nice, and he did really well. And I know, say, obviously not single-handedly in the final, but certainly held his own in that final over, battling over some nerves. Tom Scriven's in again. Bartlett coming right across the stumps again, as he did in his first ball against Salisbury, and playing across his front pad, but defends that into the leg side.
Well, I think anybody, Roman, with eyes to see could tell that Josh was a special talent. He made his, watching him make his first team debut for Oundle in the Northamptonshire Premier League, aged 15, and more than held his own. I think it was obvious from a very early stage that he got something to offer.
Yeah, Scriven in again. Bartlett right across again, and he's inside edge that onto his thigh pad. And Scriven just managing to beat him there as he comes across the stumps. Northant's closing in on 200. A great thing for Josh this season, he obviously got picked up in the 100 with Manchester Originals, I think, and they've got a stacked left arm seam lineup, and I really do hope he gets a chance in the 100, but nonetheless he'll be able to learn from some very, very good bowlers who have been around the world for years now. Freddie Clarkson being one who we know is a very talented bowler. So I really do hope he learns a fair bit and comes back an even better player than what he's already made himself.
Well, as you say, he's a very, very talented young man and a very nice one as well, which always helps. 196 for 3. Proctor on strike to face Salisbury at the start of his 12th over, and driven by Proctor up to mid-on, but can't get it past the fielder there, and so there's no run. His brother, of course, Ollie, is also a very talented young cricketer. I think he's involved with the Leicestershire setup as well,
indeed,
I believe.
Yeah.
And
I've seen him not 2 weeks ago, I think. I popped in with Philip de Freitas to oversee a little academy session, and there was a couple of impressive young lads in there.
Here's Salisbury bowling round the wicket to Proctor, who's right across his stumps, which almost goes without saying, and pushes it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Richard Ray is reversing away somewhere. I don't know, that sounds like a car alarm. It's not mine, it's stopped now. Yes, Ollie, I remember seeing him play in I think an under-15s cup final for Oundle a couple of years ago, and playing a year down, and again not looking remotely out of his depth. And
certainly runs in the family.
Oh, talented sporting family, yeah. Here's Salisbury bowling outside the off stump to Proctor, who leaves it alone, I think as much on length as anything, and goes into the gloves of Ben Cox. Yes, of course, they're also both the boys have been involved with riding, equestrian events down the years.
Let's have a big horse for Josh. And Ollie. Well, Ollie's a big lad.
He is a big lad. He's a good rugby player as well, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I was just about to mention that.
Yeah, plays for the right side, of course. Then in the rugby, doesn't he? He's on the Saints setup. Here's Salisbury, and again bowls to Proctor, who's just squeezing that down off the inner portion of the bat, down behind square on the leg side. He's going to pick up a couple of runs, fielded by Ben Green down in front of the meet, and they're through for 2. Proctor up to 43, and Northamptonshire to 198 for 3. But there are, I mean, I don't know if you must have met Josh's and Ollie's dad Tony, but he's a big, tall, big strapping bloke.
Well, that's
the
thing. When I met their mum, I thought, right, it must be the dad.
It is. Yeah, his dad's a big bloke, and I think he was a rugby player as well in his day. Now, I'm just looking to see what Lewis Hill was having a little word with his bowler. Still got 2 slips in and a leg gully in now for Proctor, and Proctor's again coming across his stumps, playing it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. You do see a lot of sides now putting in either a leg slip or a leg gully for Proctor, and there have been, I'm trying to think back over the last couple of years, I don't think he's ever actually been caught there, but there have been near misses and a couple of drops, and it's definitely worth a try. 100%,
and I think the amount he does come across his stumps, and not to say he falls over, but if he does fall over one, there's every chance that a catch could go there.
Here's Salisbury, and again bowls to Proctor, who's forward, and it's fielded by the man at leg gully. That is the end of the over. Proctor is 43, Bartlett is 8, and it's 198 for 3. Leicestershire 12th man coming on with something or other for the keeper Ben Cox. Just a quick scan of what's happening elsewhere in Division 1. Durham 211 for 3 against Essex. They were 11 for 2, but have recovered strongly there. Ollie Robinson 82 not out off 75 balls, and Colin Ackerman, well known in this part of the world, 51 not out. Hampshire all out for 151 against Surrey at the Oval. 3 wickets apiece for Dan Worrell, Jordan Clark and Gus Atkinson. Kemar Roach picking up just the 1, but if there's a better 4-man attack around the county circuit, I have not seen it.
Yeah, that's a very talented attack, I would say.
Keeper standing up.
Yeah, Ben Cox comes up to the stump, and that's why we saw our 12th man, I think it was Liam Travascus, for this game. Unfortunate to miss out, because he's been in some fine form as well with the bat. Bringing on the helmet there for Ben Cox as he's up to the stumps to Tom Scriven, looking to maybe just keep George Bartlett in his crease and stop that movement across the stumps so much. Yeah, the crowd getting a bit rowdy down there. Tom Scriven in again. And it does seem to have stopped Bartlett from moving around the crease so much, but slightly short from Scriven, and it's punched out to the offside for 1.
At Warwickshire, Edgbaston knots 177 for 3 against Warwickshire. Will Young just out for 5. Ben Duckett 99 not out. So
at some rate as well.
Absolutely off. Well, he doesn't hang around, does he?
Absolutely not.
At Kidderminster, Somerset 139 for 3 against Worcestershire. A couple of 30s there. Lammonby out for 34, Renshaw for 30. Andy Umid is 32 not out. Just been joined by Tom Banton.
It's good to see Banton playing some red ball
Isn't
cricket.
it just, yeah. Slightly the forgotten man, certainly outside Somerset.
Well, yeah, he was electric for a couple of years, wasn't he, in white ball cricket, and not hit the form over the last couple of years that he would have wanted to. But Scriven round the wicket there to Luke Proctor, slightly too straight. It's flicked, but great piece of fielding there from Salisbury, and it's a bit of an easier 2 than I thought it may have been for Proctor scampering back. Gets in. Cox retrieving the ball and flicking it back onto the stumps accurately, but Proctor was already in by 2 or 3 yards at that point.
In Division 2, Middlesex 153 for 7 against Gloucestershire. At Bristol, 4 wickets for Marchant de Lange.
The Rocket Man. Scriven in again, still round the wicket to Proctor. And it's a better length and a better line there, just driven out into the covers. Not hit too cleanly from Proctor.
And at Headingley, Adam Lyth looks to be on the brink of yet another 100. 204 for 2 Yorkshire against Derbyshire. Lyth 96 not out. Joe Root on 40 off 68 balls.
We've seen it's good to see the England lads back playing in county cricket as well. I think county cricket showing how good it's gotten with them not scoring too many runs obviously over the past couple of weeks, as Scriven's in again full and straight and blocked into the onside, picked up by Curry.
Yeah, very, very good point. It's also, it was very interesting to see Surrey saying about their attendance for Championship cricket was they got 10,000 in for the last game.
That is amazing.
Highest attendance for Championship cricket at the Oval since 2015, I think they were saying.
Yeah, it's great numbers, and what a great place to go as well. The Oval, such a good stadium.
I always
great
think
place to watch.
I always think if you're, yeah, absolutely. There's no such thing as a bad seat at the Oval.
Absolutely not. No. Scriven in and left alone outside off. Even though there's a little bit of movement back, Proctor looked comfortable in that leave.
In fact, when you get when I get asked, you know, people saying I want to go to a test match or something, you know, where should I go? I always say there are virtually all the other grounds. There are places you think you're not going to get a great view there or whatever. I think at the Oval, wherever you sit, you're going to feel part of the action.
Yes.
You're going to get a good view.
Yeah.
And facilities down there now, I think, are very, very good. It's a nice place to go and work. Nice place to watch.
Yeah, they do it very well down there.
Here, it's 201 for 3. Proctor on 45, Bartlett on 9. 3 slips still in as Matt Salisbury continues his spell from the Bennett end. 12 overs, 1 for 47 for him so far. Picked up the wicket of Karen there, the last wicket to fall. And he's running in to bowl to George Bartlett, who drives pleasantly through extra cover. There's a dive at mid-off. That's was that Lewis Hill out there?
Marcus Harris.
Marcus Harris, beg pardon. Lewis Hill's in the other side.
Similar stature.
Yeah. And it's a single to Bartlett. He goes into double figures. 10 to him. 202 for 3. Yeah. Lewis Hill is in there at mid-off for the left-hander. Mid-on for the right-hander. The meet doesn't look terribly busy today, but there's a few sitting up top there. Keep out of the wind, which is a good plan, I'd have thought.
Yeah. Snacks and coffees up there.
Ooh, very
Looks
nice.
a good view.
Hasn't changed very much from the first time I visited this ground. Here's Salisbury round the wicket to Proctor, who's pushing out into the offside. It's fielded by Rahan Ahmed at extra cover. I was trying to think actually. I think the first time I came to this ground would have been 1974, I think, very early in the season, for a Benson and Hedges Cup zonal match, which were always played at that sort of ridiculous time of the, well, we say ridiculous, it seemed so at the time to be playing at, you know, the end of April. Now, of course, we're playing at the end of March, some of the pre-season
games, mid-March, yeah.
Here's Salisbury in again, bowls to Proctor, who's across his stumps, nurdles it down to deep backward square for a single. Proctor to 46, and Northamptonshire to 203 for 3. And it was one of those where we were sort of sitting in the car, parked somewhere, one of the side streets, thinking, do we go in? Because it was a sort of wet old Saturday, and we thought, don't want to pay to go in if we're not going to actually see any cricket. And I was gripping my Northamptonshire junior members ticket, you know. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that was my first time here, thereabouts. Here's Salisbury in again, and it's squeezed. It's a very full length ball, almost Yorker length, and squeezed by Bartlett down into the slip cordon, all along the ground. Good stop in the cordon, cuts off any possibility of a single. That's Scott Curry in there at third slip, rather wishing he hadn't got a hand on that.
Yeah. Well, given the reactions, I'm not sure it was a drop catch. I think, like you said, it was just squeezed out. Maybe bat ball and ground all playing their part at the same time there. But a good stop from Curry, stopping 4 runs, 100%.
Here's Salisbury in again and bowls to Bartlett, who makes a late decision to let that go outside the off stump. I thought he was just going to commit to playing that. In the end, thought better of it. Luke Proctor is coming down the pitch and having a word with his teammate. It is, as you were saying earlier with Richard, I think a really crucial little session this. If Northamptonshire going to tea with still just the 3 wickets down, they'll feel that they've had a pretty good day and are in a strong position. Here's Salisbury in bowls to Bartlett, and that turns him round a little bit, drops down off maybe a bit of glove, handle, safe enough with no forward short leg in there. And that's the end of the over. 203 for 3. Proctor is 46. Bartlett is 10. And yeah, I think in those days, I say, would have been used to play your zonal matches around about 4 or 5 in the end of April and into May, and you'd often have some very, very cold days, and indeed a few wet ones, but now those are almost de rigueur for the start of the county championship, as Richard Ray moves in next to me. Afternoon, Richard.
Good afternoon. Scriven is in from the pavilion end in swinger, driven by Proctor. Swung a little bit that, so he had to check the shot, and it was a reasonably comfortable stop for Hill, moving across from his right at mid-off. Scott Curry is warming up, so too is Rahan Ahmed, both perhaps in hope rather than necessarily in expectation, but you never know. Scriven turns up on his toes, bowls, in swinger, thick inside edge, Proctor drawn into the drive, and it really defeated him. Very thick inside edge, squirted behind square on the leg side, almost got inside the bat. He moves on to 47 though, picks up a single. 204 for 3. You know, how long until tea? There's still good session.
There's plenty of 19 after this. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong column. 12 after this, I think.
Yeah, 11. Yeah, 12. Scriven into the right-handed Bartlett, who squared up slightly. Foolish delivery, stayed on the back foot. The tall right-hander with Cox up behind him, and rather squirts off a thick outside edge towards Rishi Patel at backward point. Yes, 240 for 3, or you know, 240 for 5. It would have a very different feel one way or t'other. They're both sides aware that it's in those overs after tea with the old ball, so to speak, that Northamptonshire will hope to thrive. Not that they're not thriving now. 204 for 3 off 51.5. Scriven is in bowls again. There's a little bit of shape to the delivery. Started sort of leggish, and swung towards middle. Bartlett, who prefers to stay on the back foot, well, at the moment he's preferring to stay on the back foot with Cox standing up. Played it okay, but he's in danger of getting a little bit squared up.
James Sales due in next, obviously having made his maiden first-class 100 against Middlesex, and then Safe Zabe, I think, has been given licence this year to go in and play positively if the situation allows.
Scriven bowls down the leg side, and although there was a little bit of shape, Bartlett could almost open his shoulders and fling his hands at it, and did. It was foolish as well. Out towards deep backward square, stroke wide long leg where Salisbury Fields got his throw away. Has to settle for one. Bartlett double figures now, 11 off 14. Cox retreats.
Zabe played beautifully for his 100 against Glamorgan, just going in at a time when the innings looked to be losing a bit of momentum, and he managed to restore it and then go on, which he hasn't always done in the last couple of years.
Scriven round the wicket to Proctor, who leaves outside off stump. So what you're saying is there are plenty to come.
Well, there's a bit there. There's a bit to come.
Informed batters to come.
Well, Lewis McManus also, who had a wretched year last year with the bat. He obviously had a problem. He had a broken thumb and so on, missed some cricket, but just couldn't buy a run. But he went away during the winter. At his own expense and at his own initiative out to India to sort of get his game back where he thought it needed to be, and he played very nicely for 50 in the first innings down at Hove, and then hung around in the second innings to make sure that Northamptonshire used up as much time as possible and didn't lose.
Be interested to see what sort of reception he gets.
Yes, of course, he has a bit of.
Oh boy!
People have got memories here, haven't they? Of an incident.
Not the sort of thing you forget, I promise you.
Of an incident before he joined Northamptonshire.
Exactly that.
Here's
the light.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Here's Scott Curry starting a fresh spell from the Bennett end outside the off stump, and that seamed away, and I think it swung as well, and it was well taken by Ben Cox, tumbling away in front of first slip. Curry into his 11th over, 1 for 48. Picked up the wicket of Emilio Gay just after lunch. Inside edge onto his stumps for 88. Rehan Ahmed is continuing to limber up, so I think we will see a bit of him in the not too distant. 3 slips in place as Curry's in, bowls and beats Bartlett with a Jaffa.
Absolutely. Again, Curry with that extra little bit of nip, isn't it? That he's got something about him, this young man.
He's been very, very impressive today. There's plenty of him as well, isn't there? Big bloke.
Yeah, he's tall. There's not much of him sort of close up. He's not carrying his percentage of body fat, I suggest, might be in single figures. put it that way.
Yes, vertically if not laterally. But here he is again, running in and bowls to Bartlett, who's on the front foot, driving up to mid off, and there's no run.
Lewis Hill, when I spoke to him in pre-season, in the sort of on the media day, said he'd looked, Curry that is, really good, and he'd been really impressed with him in pre-season and in training, which sort of raised a few eyebrows because he struggled a bit when he came in at the end of last season. We're beginning to see what it's all about now.
Here's Curry in again, bowls and beats Bartlett with another beautiful delivery that prompts an appeal, or I think it was more excitement than an appeal, from the slip cordon. It didn't seem to have any deviation or any wood on it, but it was another beauty that again left Bartlett and bounced as well. There's no question of him easing himself into this spell, Scott Curry. Wow. He's absolutely on the mark from his first handful of deliveries of this spell, and he's in again, bowls to Bartlett, brings Bartlett forward, who drives down to backward point, fielded there by Ben Green, and there's no run. Clouds just building up a little bit. Where does the weather come from here? Is it over?
It tends to come from the southwest, over the electronic scoreboard.
Well, it's a little bit more cloud around than there was first thing this morning, but it's fairly high, and hopefully we shall be okay to get a full day in. It's intriguing stuff at the moment. It's a really good tussle. Here's Curry in again, bowling to Bartlett, who on drives and sets off for a single very quickly, shy at the stumps, misses. I think he probably would have been home even had it hit, but it didn't. But Bartlett set off like the proverbial scolded cat for the single there. Last ball of the over as well. Luke Proctor responded, takes Bartlett to 12, and at the end of the over it's 206 for 3. We've had 53 overs in the innings so far, so 43 left in the day, or more importantly 11 till tea.
Connection with tea, I should mention the Friends of Grace Road are purveying their famous selection of homemade cakes down at the bottom of the meet. Should you wish to pay them a visit, I'm sure there'll be a wonderful selection. So sadly they no longer produce the sort of, at least one of the cakes is dedicated to the county, to the visiting county. So there must be some, they used to have a cake that was always, you know, famous for coming from that particular county. I don't know what, I can't remember what it was for Northamptonshire.
Well, there's a, yeah, I suppose it could be
the famous
something
cake
like a cheese pie. That doesn't have
cake, is
that
it?
Doesn't have cheese. Yeah, it doesn't have cheese in it.
Okay,
but it's known
so
as a cheese pie, and it's absolutely splendid. Very, very sort of fruity, dried fruit concoction. But they don't. I mean, they're not as common now as they used to be.
Rahan Ahmed in from the pavilion end. Bowles brings Bartlett forward.
There used to be a baker's in Northampton that did them that were famous. I think I'm right in saying, and I'm sure somebody will pick me up on this if I've got it wrong, they're now made by a baker's in Toaster down in the south of the county.
Ahmed Bowles on off stump again. The taller Bartlett can get to the pitch of the ball and just drop it out into the offside. So dried fruit and flour.
It's a sort of it is a little bit of a sort of a custardy type thing, okay, but more as a set one.
Ahmed Bowles drops a little bit short and wide. Bartlett goes for the cut and misses it. Was there to be cut, but he didn't really get up too much. But he didn't play, sort of rather windmilled the attempted cut and didn't look entirely happy. Bobs at the knees as Ahmed goes in and bowls to him. On the money and forward on off stump goes Bartlett, pushing it back to the young England. I guess we have to call him all-rounder. He'll be going in at 6, I would think, for Leicestershire. If he goes, Bowles goes back. That's the peel for leg before, bounced a little bit and was googly and was probably going on down the leg side. It did a bit too much. Just looking at the replay, but yeah, the appeal wasn't necessarily a convincing one. Well, it clearly didn't convince, but in terms of self-belief, I'm not sure it was really there. And he bounces and bowls to Bartlett, goes back again in a slightly risky game. But that was a good over from Rahan Ahmed. Bartlett defended that one out into the onside, but a couple of questions asked in it, and Radha's gone then. Northamptonshire cheesecake.
Another entry for the what did we ever do before we had the internet scenario. Yes, it was originally, apparently got its name because it was originally made of curd cheese. I had curd cheese in it.
Well,
with,
like a Yorkshire curd tart sort
yeah,
of thing?
very, very similar.
Okay.
And apparently that is also very similar to something that is slightly different called a toaster cheesecake.
Okay.
But I'm more familiar with the Northampton version that was made by Oliver Adams Bakers in Northampton for many years. Apparently it was traditionally part of the sheep shearing feast. When they'd finished shearing the sheep, they would have furmity, which is like a sort of a porridge thing, isn't it? That was in Mayor of Casterbridge, I seem to remember from eyes. How the off stump goes. Luke Proctor and this. And baked taters, and of course bricks with pate. But that's probably the best known sweet one anyway. Curry round the wicket, bowls to Proctor down the leg side, very good. A diving attempt to stop it by Ben Cox. In the end, it just goes and it could kill. Well, could Ben Cox just get in there? It was down the leg side. It was a long way down the leg side. He made a super effort to try and get something on it. May just to flick the glove on the way through, but it went down for 4. Down to fine leg, 210 for 3. But to see those go down as buys always seems a little harsh. Here's Curry in again, bowls to Proctor, who looks to try and just drop it down defensively, and it didn't go a million miles away from the leg stump. He was trying to drop it down in front of square. It went behind square, and Cox sheds a glove and retrieves.
Yeah, he's hurrying both batsmen, isn't he? Now, when I first moved to Leicester from Yorkshire, I inquired whether there was anywhere I could get something similar to a Yorkshire curd tart, and the only thing I could find was when it had sort of, it wasn't dissimilar in makeup, but it had a sort of icing on it, which made it far too sweet.
Not nice. No. Here's Curry in again, bowls to Proctor, who's again aiming on the onside. It goes off a mixture of leading edge, possibly a bit of pad out into the onside. Rehan Ahmed comes across to field, and there's no run. But yeah, as Richard was saying, this is a really good testing spell again from Scott Curry. I think Leicestershire have bowled really, really well in this session, generally as a unit since lunch. No weak link at all. Curry in again, bowls that short and wide, and it's cut away by Proctor with an air of relief. I think it goes down to third man for a couple of runs. Sol Buddinger's on the field as to the 49 and to 12. Often do his effort, but so many different recipes for it, on which bit of the canter you're in. Proctor on strike, Curry into him, leans forward, pushes it out into the offside. Rehan fields an extra cover, keeps hold of the ball, at least for a moment. I think he's going to bowl the next over. 2-12 for 3 it is. Proctor is 49. Bartlett is 12. We have 9 overs to go until tea, so we're going to be a little bit over, aren't we?
Probably, although
Rehan gets those overs.
Whips through them. But Curry another good over. Just when he banged that one in short outside off stump, it sat up a little bit, and Proctor had time to adjust and guide it down towards third man. It is sometimes the way from the Bennett end, those banged in short can be slightly too paced. Ahmed is in from the pavilion end, bowls on off stump. Bartlett forward, pushing it back down the pitch on the offside. Ahmed himself picks up, gives the ball a polish on the bottom of his Leicestershire sweater, tosses it from hand to hand, blows on his right hand. In he goes, bowls, forward goes Bartlett, pushing it slightly wide of Louis Kimber in the covers this time, and immediately calls for the run that was there. Good play and a good call. Proctor responded. Bartlett on to 13, 2-1-3 for 3. This partnership for the 4th wicket beginning. Ahmed is in, bowls, shuffles it back off stump with a really curious looking sort of forward defensive, I guess you must call it, but the bat was all over the place there. But it works. In goes Ahmed, bowls to him again. That's a nice drive, and he should pick up a couple, and that is his 50. The Northamptonshire skipper moves on to 51. It's come off 116 balls. He's had to work quite hard for it, but it's been an important innings.
His 4th in 5 innings this season.
Consistency.
And the one that he didn't get 50 and he got 42. So he has been very, very consistent this year, to date.
Waits, open stance, bent knees. Ahmed goes in, drops a little bit short, back goes Proctor, works it away off leg stump out towards deep square where Sol Budinger fields.
Yes, full scores this year: 92 and 41 against Sussex at Hove, 73 against Middlesex at Northampton, 65 against Glamorgan at Northampton, and now 52 not out.
Ahmed in, bowls straight onto middle stump this time. Bartlett playing slightly across his front pad, pushes it out to mid-wicket on this occasion where Scriven fields. End of the over. Again, there's no turn for Rehan Ahmed.
Sol Budinger exits the field as Ben Green returns to it. The Sun also greets the return of Ben Green to the field.
It's not a convincing sun, is it?
It's not. It's what our friend and colleague Anthony Gibson would call a watery sun.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And yes, you just feel that there's possibly a bit of something unpleasant not too far away. But in contrast, I see that the cricket nosh has picked up on curry and chips here at Grace Road. Here's Curry starting a fresh over, Scott of that ilk. Driven by Proctor up to mid-off, they set off again for a quick single and get there comfortably enough as Lewis Hill there just slightly overruns the ball.
Well, the signing of Ben Green prompted a number of Leicestershire followers to suggest also the signing of Andrew Tye.
Ty Green.
So we could have Tye, Green and Curry all in a nice row in the batting
Oh,
lineup.
that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I like that. 53 to Proctor, 217 for 3. Brings George Bartlett back onto strike. 3 slips in. As Curry's in, bowls to him in part. Bartlett defensively pushing up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, they were saying it was A, very tasty, and B, very good value. So it looked nice.
Good.
I see we dined very well today downstairs.
Glad you enjoyed it.
It was very good. Yes, it's gone immediately high up the RAD league table of cricket catering. Yes, around the circuit. Much sought after, slim volume. Here's Curry, and again bowls short, and Bartlett pulls and he cloths it a little bit, and it drops safe enough over mid-wicket, about halfway back to the boundary, and they come through for 2. Not, I have to say, the most convincing stroke, but he got away with it. It takes him up to 15, and Northamptonshire up to 219 for 3, but he's prepared to take on the short ball. There is a man down at deep backward square, but I'm sure that won't have escaped Lewis Hill's notice. Here's Curry in again, bowls to Bartlett on leg stump. That's a much more authentic Bartlett stroke. He's turned it away through mid-wicket, and that's going to go all the way for 4. That was beautifully timed, and that's raced away. So the outfield obviously a little bit damp, understandably, given the amount of rain that we've had in this part of the world. It's the same virtually any Greek ground you care to mention, but that still had enough on it. Race away for 4, 19 to Bartlett, 223 for 3. I'm assuming the Leicestershire League must be starting. Has it already started, or does it start tomorrow?
I think it started last weekend,
but
I'm not certain. I think it was actually delayed a week. Yorkshire certainly delayed theirs 2 weeks, I think, in the end.
Here's Curry in again and bowls to Bartlett, who's carefully forward, plays that up to mid-on. And there's no run. Northamptonshire League starts tomorrow, all being well, although I think there's a few grounds. I did see a couple of matches already on social media that have been unofficially called off, because you're not, of course, allowed to call things off quite this early, officially, but it has been very, very wet, and if we get the rain that, well, that's on Saturday night, isn't it? So they might be all right tomorrow. Curry in again and bowls to Bartlett on leg stump, clipped away, and it just goes underneath the body of Rehan Ahmed, who's fairly close in there at mid-wicket, and the result is that they're going to pick up another 2 runs, which takes George Bartlett into the 20s, 21 to him. And at the end of the over, Northamptonshire 2-2-5 for 3. Proctor is 53. Bartlett is 21. 7 overs to go until tea.
Yeah, nicely timed. So Ahmed probably didn't do too bad. He will think he saved 2 rather than conceded 2. As I suspect there. It was raced away, didn't it? Bartlett starting to time the ball nicely. Scott Curry cross with himself there. He just lost his length a little bit, over-pitched a few times, and paid the penalty. 2-2-5 for 3. Northants back in control to a certain extent. The partnership 48 now between Messrs Proctor and Bartlett. Rehan Ahmed is going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. See if he can get a bit of bite out of the footholds, perhaps. Spin one back in.
Dom Sibley got his Surrey cap at lunchtime and didn't celebrate in style. He's out for 4. Surrey 11 for 1, replying to Hampshire's 151.
Ahmed is in, drops a little bit short, pulled, bounces into the midriff of Louis Kimber to shortish mid-wicket, saves expensively of a bruised tummy. He smiled too much, but something in the way. Did very well there, Louis Kimber. Ahmed in again to Proctor. That's a better length, and stayed on the back foot, didn't get up too high, managed to keep it out, didn't spin too much either. Proctor busy at the crease, almost a blur of movement when whether he's playing a defensive shot or an attacking shot really. Ahmed is in, bowls onto the leg side this time, worked wristily by Proctor, violently almost, but only as far as backward square. So a couple that he's gotten away with in this over so far for Rehan. Goes and bowls. That's a better loop to that delivering off stump. Hesitation from Proctor, but the throw from Scott Curry went towards Ben Cox. I say towards because it certainly didn't go into his gloves. He sort of dived and threw it sort of sideways out of the back of his hand, and it went very high, and Cox, leaping into the air, sort of touched it over the bar.
Went in his general direction.
Just about, yes. And, the man backing up had to make the save. In goes Ahmed to the right-handed Bartlett. Just calmly leans forward and pushes defensively out to Scriven at mid-wicket. I was wondering who 6 was, then I remembered it's Ben Green. He's got a number for this game now. He didn't have one for the last game. In goes Ahmed, bowls onto leg stump. That might have been the one that goes on with the arm a little bit, but again, no real pace or movement or bounce for the leg spinner, and turned by Bartlett into the leg side. End of the over. Over rate's +1, which is good to see. 226 for 3, 6 overs until tea.
At Edgbaston, Nottinghamshire 198 for 4 against Warwickshire. Ben Duckett still there, 106 not out. But Joe Clark, who's been scoring prolifically at the first part of the season, Mother Cricket that we were talking about earlier with Roman, he's out for naught today. 5th ball to Will Rhodes. Change of bowling from the Bennett end, and it's going to be Ben Green, who's just been off the field for a moment or two, replacing Scott Curry from the far end. I shall do one more over, and then Roman will come in to usher you through to tea. Sun is out.
Is that the same car alarm?
Could
Sounds
well
like
be.
it's loud, isn't it?
It is.
Or is it a house alarm?
Well, whatever it is,
It stopped.
it's irritating. Glorious sunshine now, as Green starts a fresh spell down the leg side, and it's, well, flick up to the under guide again. Shouldn't before my action. Rather more throwing himself around than he would ideally wish to.
Extras on to 19 now.
Getting a benefit soon, aren't they? 2 slips and a gully. Close field as Green is in and bowls on leg stump. Clipped away by Proctor, but straight to the man at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Durham 244 for 5 against Essex, with Ollie Robinson out for 90 to Simon Harmer. Colin Ackerman 68 not out. And at Kidderminster, Somerset 163 for 3 against Worcestershire. Here's Green in again, bowls and driven by Proctor, very well stopped off his own bowling by Ben Green. He has a way to get down there, but did so effectively on that occasion. And it's rather strange light at the moment, because we've just got bright sunshine, but there's lots of grey cloud around. The contrast is very striking, rather beautiful in its own way, were it not for the fact that it does mean that possibly there might be a bit of rain not too far away. Here's Green in again, bowls to Proctor down the leg side, shapes to try and play it down there, doesn't get anything on it, and this time Ben Cox is able to skip across to his right to take, rather than having to fling himself full length. In the other matches in Division 2, Middlesex 186 for 7 against Gloucestershire. Ryan against, of course, was out. Josh de Carey is 36 not out. Now, field change. Gully has come out and is going in to a short mid-wicket, catching just, well, I say short mid-wicket, it's like a sort of a square leg just in front, and they have a more orthodox mid-wicket behind. And just 2 slips in there now. Kimber at first and Peter Hanscom at second. Wickets from the Rick down there. And Yorkshire 240 for 3 against Derbyshire at Headingley. Adam Lythe out for 97. Joe Root on 47. Here's Green in again, bowls to Proctor, who drives up to mid-on, but no run to be had there, and that's the end of the over. 230 for 3. Proctor 54, Bartlett 21, just to finish that score from Headingley. Harry Brooke 26 not out off 18 balls, including 5 fours. I'll leave Richard to contemplate that and other things, and Roman Walker comes in for me.
Well, Leicestershire know all about Brooke, who scored a very good and quick century against them in the first game of the season. We'll do a bit of swapping around while Radders departs. long sleeved shirt is in and bowls, tosses it up, full toss when it reaches Bartlett on the full but quite low. He clips it out but only as far as Scriven at mid wicket. Just in relation to catering, Roman, are there any grounds that players really look forward to going to because of the catering?
Lords would be the obvious one for me.
In goes Ahmed Bowles, little bit short. Oh, played straight through Ben Green off the back foot by Bartlett, and that is 4 runs that should not have been conceded. Green raises a hand in apology. Leicestershire's fielding has been very good this season, but that wasn't. For once, Lords is good. We see it in the media centre, it's... yeah. Tends to be sandwich, sometimes packets of sandwiches and things, which... Old Trafford is a mention from behind.
And do you know what? Derby's very good.
That's it.
Last week, yeah, really enjoyed the food up in Derby.
Ahmed Bowles onto the leg stump of Bartlett, turned firmly but only as far as Curry at square leg.
And of course we were in Edgbaston early season, pre-season, and the food there was top notch as well.
Ahmed Bowles plunging forward, a good length from Rahan. Ahmed draws Bartlett forward, but no real turn still for Rahan. Almost 60 overs old this ball now, as Ahmed is in, drops a little bit short. Back goes Bartlett and just steers it away into the gap in the covers. Sweeper is out there, so it is just the one, but Ahmed just turned in annoyance at himself for dragging that one down. 7 overs, none for 14, though he's been pretty economical. 235 for 3 of 60. Proctor has 54, Bartlett 26. Northampton's getting themselves into a really strong position. It's a very solid foundation.
Absolutely. And Leicestershire will be looking to get, well, it'd be nice to get 2 before tea, but definitely looking to get another 1 before tea. And this over would be perfect. Try and get a fresh batsman in just to see out before tea. It's a very period for a new I've said the first half hour of this evening session is going to be huge. It's going to be massive, because it could be the difference between Northampton moving on to 300 for the loss of not many more wickets, or it could be the difference between Leicestershire getting them 260, 270 for a couple more wickets, as Ben Green bowls one on the hip of Bartlett there as he just tucks it into square leg, as Rahan Ahmed bullets a throw in to Ben Cox. It's I still feel like it's on a little bit of a knife edge at the moment, although Northampton are very strong and going at a good rate. The Leicestershire bowlers have actually bowled very, very well, with the odd bad ball, which is where the run rates come from. But the majority of the other balls have been quite testing, and unfortunate really to only have 3 wickets in the back pocket. Green continues down the hill to Proctor this time, round the wickets full, and poked straight back to the bowler.
Just the one slip now.
It's taken 60 overs for us to get down to 1 slip. Sort of, they've run the field out obviously with catcher on the leg side, just behind square. At slipping distance on the leg side. Pete Hanscom there for the catch. Ben Green in again. It's straight and it's in the air through mid wicket where that fielder has come from, and it's fielded out on the boundary by Scott Curry.
You don't know up here whether to give the batsman credit for knowing that the fielder isn't there anymore, or whether he just got slightly fortunate there because he went through a catch.
He wouldn't have played shot so aggressively if he was there.
Yeah.
But it was in the air, and anywhere nearer to Tom Scriven it would have been a chance, but a couple of yards to Tom Scriven's left there, and the ball was left chasing away, and I think they picked up 3 there, which brings Bartlett back on strike. Green in. Bartlett across his stumps again, and it's a half-hearted defensive shot. Not quite sure whether to get backwards or forwards, or really play his shot comfortably there, Bartlett. Ben Green just making him think a little bit. Obviously they'll know each other very well from their past Somerset days, where Ben Green still plays his cricket obviously at Leicestershire on a 3-game loan, And Bartlett moved, I think, last year to Northants, as he's in again, and good length. Bartlett straight across his stumps. So again, it definitely seems like a tactic to get down at the bowlers and across the stumps from Bartlett. And a good over from Green there.
Just slightly backward of point to make the stop. Just the singles now. Nobody on the leg side as Ahmed drops a little bit short and is pulled down into the ground, so didn't quite get all of it on that occasion. Luke Proctor got it past Lewis Kimber, who's a sort of straightish mid-wicket, and Rishi Patel out sweeping in front of the manual scoreboard. You didn't give us those two guys who got the 300, or turned their maiden centuries, or made big ones. In goes wicket.
Just going to grab me to make sure I've got the names right. I know one of them for sure. And as I said, the other one's quite obscure. So I'll let you get through this ball, Rich.
Still chewing on that one. Ahmed is in, tossed up a little bit, but Bartlett doesn't try and drive, just steps out, gets to the pitch of it, pushes it firmly out to Louis Kimber. Suggestions coming from behind me, I can hear. Vaguely in goes Ahmed, bowls down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, juggled by Cox, stopped in the end.
I tell you what, I'll give you this ball, Rich.
Okay.
And I want to guess.
Big 100. But somebody else should know.
One of them, 100%.
Ahmed is in, excuse me, pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. It wasn't Hilton Ackerman, was it? HD Ackerman?
No. So for anyone who wasn't here at the time of the question I asked earlier, Karen Nair, as I believe it's pronounced, was one of three batsmen, still is one of three batsmen, to turn their maiden Test 100 into a triple century. And saying that, there is only two others, and one of them is Sir Garfield Sobers.
Oh.
And the other one, slightly obscure, is Bob Simpson from Australia in the 1964 Ashes series in Manchester, I believe it was, at Old Trafford. Yeah. So, yeah, nice little trivia question there.
Oh, good one. Sobers, absolutely. Should have really got that.
Yeah, what a
Bob Simpson.
What an achievement now, turn your first Test 100 into a triple century. And I mean, we don't see that many triple centuries anyway.
Not bad company for Karen Nair to be in.
Absolutely not. There's, we see a little bit of shuffling in the field here. Two catching mid wickets now from that last over. Ben Green in and around the wicket, and does the catch has been out now from the corner. Let's put into wicket. Still got a fine leg. As I said, two catching wickets with a mid on the leg side. One slip, Louis Kimber, which is he's in and around second slip there on his own. Ben Green in around the wicket again, full. Defended to mid off. And there's also an extra cover, a backward point, and I would say a big gap in the covers there, which I'm sure Ben Green will be trying to entice Proctor to into. James Compson accessing the leg side, which he's so comfortably done so far. That's full. Oh, just on the inside half of the bat, hitting the pad as well.
Yeah, no sweeper on the offside, so that gap is, yeah, a tempter.
I'm sure Proctor, as we've seen so far, will, if he doesn't want to do something, won't it? So
he's quite wide at slip. He's at very second, almost third, isn't
almost third, yeah. He's almost a 2.5 there. Green in again, slightly straight this time, the same length, and clipped out to the other man at mid-wicket, Peter Hanscom.
You'd have to say if Northampton get through to T, just 3 down, it's afternoon's probably 121, so they're 112 in the session so far.
Yeah, I think as well as Leicestershire have bowled, Northampton have managed to stick around and stay there and not also keep the run rate up, which is Ben Green is in. It's a bouncer outside off, which just catches Ben Cox out there. I think he just got his feet stuck on the ground there as he just looks down and spills the ball as it comes through, but it was outside off and left alone by Prop. And no. Ben Green receives the ball. Agus Harris at mid-on turns to bowl his last ball of this session in, and it's full, straight and defended by Proctor, and that's over.
Worth for the 4th wicket. Fairly conventional field for the leg spinner, who steps in over the wicket to Bartlett. Bowls on off stump, forward goes Bartlett, just pushes the ball back down the pitch. Rahan walks forward to pick it up. To his 9th over. Ball cut to a good stop, falling to his left by Ben Green. Peter Hanscom, I'm sure there was nothing sarcastic in that applause, encouragement to his temporary teammate. Made the stop, having let one through in the previous over from Ahmed. And he goes, bowls, nice line, nice length on off middle. Forward stretches Bartlett. Back up the pitch goes the ball again. Ahmed forward on off stump. Bartlett equally forward on off stump. Out into the offside. Decent, accurate stuff from Rahan Ahmed, but at the moment it's not really threatening because there's not much there for him. Blows on his fingers. In, bowls, fraction short. Bartlett back, strokes it nicely. Out into the gap between Green and Kimber at point and cover, respectively. Out towards Rishi Patel, who's sweeping on the offside boundary. Single taken. Bartlett on to 28. One ball left before tea. Rahan Ahmed is going to go round the wicket to bowl it to the left-handed Luke Proctor. Steps in, bowls, gives it some air, pushed by Proctor out into the covers, and once again there's a rare lapse by a Leicestershire fielder. Sounds like a contradiction in terms. Tom Scriven dives across to his right, doesn't manage to stop it, it rolls out behind him, and as a consequence Proctor will keep the strike. When, in fact, did he pick up 2 then? No, just the one.
Just the one.
Just the one. He moves on to 59, 242 for 3 at tee off 64 Northamptonshire. Once again, I would suggest, Roman, they'll be the happier of the two sides going into the break.
Yeah, absolutely. Leicestershire just failing to pick up the last couple of wickets, which they would want to, would have wanted to, sorry, before that tea break. I think 5 down, the game would have been in the balance, but 3 down, Northants are just on top, and Proctor getting a good round of applause from his teammates by the sounds of it for a sturdy innings, I would say. 59 off 139 balls. He's stuck in there. He's given his teammates who have come in with him a chance to build their innings, which is what Bartlett has done so far in a partnership of 65. He's 28 off 55 and just looking to build on that at the tee.